Being a distraction. Uh-oh. All right, I'm just going to get started. Good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 25th, 2023. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw of the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. So just through those doors there are two exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. And if the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the four exits in the chamber here, and please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is the defibrillator at the end of this hall here in case of that type of an emergency. We'd also like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I would just like to thank them for the love and the care that they've showed the land that we get to live, work, and play on. And sorry, would you like me to slow down? I should slow down a little. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge one of the city's official observances. Last Friday, April the 21st, marked Eid al-Fitr, the last day of Ramadan. On the day of Eid, Muslims wake up early in the morning and perform a special prayer known as Salat al-Eid. After the prayer, the day is filled with people exchanging greetings and giving to charity. Throughout the day, families and friends gather together to enjoy festive meals, exchange gifts, and spread happiness. Eid Mubarak to all those who celebrated. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions of all of our team members at the City of Vancouver. And I say this every single time, and I know I speak for all of our council teammates here. Super impressed with the heart and the incredible effort that they put into everything they do to make our city a better place, and I'm so proud to call them teammates. With that, Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim is in the chair with a leave of absence for civic business from 1 to 5. Councillor Carr, not present yet. Councillor Kobe-Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague is on a leave of absence. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much.
Point of procedure, it's Councillor Carr. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Okay, so the plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that forum will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 1 communication and 8 reports, 17 bylaws, 4 administrative motions, 3 council member motions, notice of council member motions, and new business, inquiries, and other matters. So now the plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m., continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda and finish by 5 p.m. as there's a public hearing at 6 p.m. tonight. I would also like to give public notice that pursuant to section 164.12 of the Vancouver Charter, that council will give consideration to amend procedure bylaw number 12577 at the May 9th council meeting. So in camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Great. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting of April the 11th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Joe, and seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on April the 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Meisner, thank you. May we have a seconder? Councillor Boyle, thank you very much. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the public hearing on April the 13th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. Today we have 1 communication and reports 3 through 7 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations for the communication and reports 3 through 7 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Seeing none. Does any member wish to, Councillor Boyle?
Sorry, can you just clarify which were up for consent?
Yes. It would be communication 1 and reports 3 through 7.
Okay, great, thanks. Nothing to hold.
We're good? Okay. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay, let's see here. Gotta do some reading. Okay, so we have the communication and reports number 3 through 7 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communication? Great, thank you. Was that Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Can we have a seconder? Great, Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Communication 1, changes to the 2023 meeting schedule. Reports 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So report 3 is the 2022 property tax exemptions. Report number 4 is the Vancouver Heritage Foundation Board Annual Report 2022. Report 5 is the Kerrisdale Park Point Grey Secondary School Track and Field License Agreement and Custody, Care, and Management of Land. Report number 6 is Funding Application to Disaster Risk Reduction Climate Adaptation Program. And report number 7 is Oak Park Permanent Public Park Designation. Okay. So now we have report 1. Yeah, R1. Yeah, thank you. There's a little bit of Tetris going on here. Okay, so reports held for speakers. R1, accessibility strategy implementation update and council motion report back. Before I begin item 1, I suggest we move to a motion to suspend the rules for section 7.5A and 7.7A of procedure bylaw and double the speaking time to 10 minutes instead of 5 for speakers, and to double the time council has to ask questions of the speaker, 6 minutes instead of 3, for those speakers who may need the extra time. This accommodation is recommended for item 1 only, as speakers may require an ASL interpreter or other accommodation to address council. This motion would require a 2/3 affirmative vote of council and is not debatable as per section 5.5 of the procedure bylaw. Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Seconded, Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. I would also like to note that we have in the chamber today for item 1, 2 registered sign language interpreters in the chambers and closed captioning for those viewing online. Does any member wish to declare a conflict? Okay, we have team members from Arts, Culture, and Community Services and the Equity Office here to provide a presentation and answer any questions council might have. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. So, sorry, clerk, can we move that to 10? So that will be, okay, yeah. Oh, great. So, presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Very pleased to be here with you this morning. As you know, while ACCS convened the city's efforts to develop and bring to Council last July the city's first accessibility strategy, the strategy's development and work to ensure the city as an organization and community is accessible for all is long-term work that involves every city department. I'm pleased to be here with colleagues from ACCS, the Equity Office, Real Estate and Facilities Management, Engineering, Human Resources, and Development, Business and Licensing to update on the Accessibility Strategy Phase 1 implementation. Our accessibility planner, Karen Lai, Aftab Irfan, the Chief Equity Officer, and Michelle Schulz, the Director of Facilities Planning and Development from REFM, will provide the brief presentation. And as noted, we have staff from multiple departments here to answer any questions that Council might have. I'd also like to once again thank and acknowledge the Accessibility Task Force for their ongoing leadership and contribution to their work. Their partnership and dedication continues to be essential as we move forward. So now I'll invite Karen to start the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor Sim, councillors, distinguished guests, colleagues, and community members. My name is Karen Lai, and I'm the lead planner for the development of the accessibility strategy from the Social Policy Division within the Arts, Culture, Community Services Department. This presentation was put together in collaboration with many different departments: ACCS, REF, Engineering and Equity Office. As Sandra mentioned, Aftab, Michelle, and I will be presenting this presentation. On behalf of all of us, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update and respond to the amendments. A brief overview of today's presentation is to update the implementation of the strategy and to report back on a few council motions that happened in July 2022 following the presentation of the accessibility strategy phase 1, particularly the amendment about the audit of internal employment practices of persons with disabilities, and the amendment to procedure bylaws.
Sorry, can I interrupt for 1 sec? I
No
apologize.
problem.
We're just working on some technical things here. That way we can pull up a presentation.
Great.
Sorry to interrupt. While we're waiting, does anyone have a really bad dad joke that they want to share with everyone here? Yeah, no, I just have bad jokes in general, but. All right, how do cats like their steaks? Look, it's streaming. It has to be PG, so. So that's it. No one else. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I set the bar very low, let me tell you. Sorry about this. You good? Great. Great. Sorry about that, and
He is out.
we can start again.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. And in November of 2022, there was a motion about the accessibility audits of all city-owned facilities and assets. So we'll report back on that. In this report, we are recommending 2 recommendations for council. Number 1, that council approve of the terms of reference for the accessibility committee, and that council directs staff to implement the accessibility committee as regulated by the Accessible BC Act. In 2021, the Accessible BC Act was passed, and they have outlined some requirements for prescribed organizations. Municipalities are known as prescribed organizations, and the requirements are to have an accessibility plan, an accessibility committee, and a public feedback mechanism. We will be discussing each of these in this presentation. As you heard, in July of last year, the City of Vancouver was one of the first organizations in BC to comply with the requirement to adopt an accessibility plan. Transforming attitudes and embedding change, the City of Vancouver's accessibility strategy phase 1 was created in collaboration with the Accessibility Task Force and in consultation with many members from the disability community, along with the many intersections of identities. All departments highlighted some action items within the 8 focus areas based on community engagement received. Much of the work outlined in phase 1 are now underway, such as working with departments to ensure that the actions are in progress, designing a reporting mechanism for departments to communicate back to us about the progress of the actions, and the design of the accessibility committee and working with the equity office for the public feedback mechanism. Currently, we are in phase 2 of the development of this strategy, which involves broader consultation with the disability community and meeting the requirements of the Accessible BC Act. It will be brought to council next year in Q1. The second requirement in meeting the Accessible BC Act is to set up an accessibility committee. The purpose of this committee is to support the city in identifying barriers to accessibility and provide advice on how to prevent and remove these barriers. Staff are recommending that the establishment of this committee will replace the Accessibility Strategy Task Force, as this will oversee the ongoing development of and implementation of this strategy. Staff collaborated with the Assisting Accessibility Task Force to design a proposal for the composition of the committee along with its proposed terms of reference. The responsibilities of this committee is to provide guidance in the development of this strategy, to help with the development of the public feedback mechanism, to ensure an accessibility lens is used when reviewing policies, bylaws, and planning decisions. Review and provide feedback on the 3-year departmental action plans. And to review and provide feedback on its annual progress reports, which includes monitoring progress, timelines, providing recommendations on priorities. According to the Accessible BC Act, the committee must meet the following goals. Number 1, at least half of its members are persons with disabilities or individuals that support or are from organizations that support persons with disabilities. The committee members must reflect the diversity of persons with disabilities in BC, must have one member must have at least one member that represents Indigenous community, and the entire committee must reflect the diversity of persons with disabilities. The city will meet these requirements and has decided to go beyond these requirements, which will be outlined in the following slide. Here at the city, we are recommending that the committee will be comprised of 11 community members with lived experience and 5 non-voting city staff to allow for public accountability and direct communication and feedback. We foresee this committee to be diverse and representative of the breadth of disability combined with intersecting identities as much as possible. As required, majority of the committee members will have lived experience of disabilities, Indigenous representative, and some youth will be represented on the committee as well. We want to have a link between our 2 council committee advisories with our PDAC and the older persons and elders. We are proposing that the application and selection process will be low barrier and accessible so that all will feel welcome and supported. There's more information about the committee as outlined in the report, and the terms of reference is located in Appendix A. Now I will turn it to Ask tab.
Thank you, Karen.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, everyone. Aftab Irfan, Chief Equity Officer for the city. It's been my pleasure working with Karen and members of the task force and with a lot of our colleagues at the city on this strategy. So I'll just pick up where Karen left off and tell us about the last component of how we're going to meet the BC Accessible BC Act, which is the need for a public feedback mechanism. So what the Act requires us to do is to have some mechanism for members of the public to be able to comment on A, our organization's accessibility plan, and B, the barriers for individuals in or interacting with the organization. So folks with disabilities who are facing barriers must be able to report them through this public feedback mechanism. What we currently have in place is, of course, we have 311 and the ability to be in contact with staff on these issues. But what we are planning on developing and are working with technology services on is a kind of enhanced digital reporting mechanism on the city's website, similar to a tool that the province have developed for themselves. So they have a fairly easy to use mechanism for folks to report instances of inaccessibility, and they can upload photos or leave a voice message instead of typing things, just making it a lot easier for people to report. We also have on the city's website a VAN 311 feedback mechanism, actually, which allows people to pinpoint where in the city something is happening. There's a map that you can pull up. So we are working with technology services to enhance that and build it into something that can be used much more easily as a public feedback mechanism. Yes, I'll slow down a bit. Thank you. This should be ready by Q1 of 2024. And until then, of course, we'll continue to accept comments from the public at 311 or through email. I'll give a quick update on council's request for a look at who is working at the City of Vancouver, how many employees with disabilities do we have, and the barriers internally that they may be facing. So, unlike some other organizations, we don't actually have a comprehensive database of the identity of our team members, of our staff. We don't ask when people get hired about their identity, and there's a big question about privacy and technology there that we are working through to be able to do that. But at this point, what we do have is a snapshot of who works at the City of Vancouver based on a 2021 employee benchmark survey that went out to almost 7,000 city staff, and 55% of city staff responded. And based on that survey, we know that we have roughly 9% of our city staff are folks with disabilities. That would be an estimated 600 people, around that number. We know that we have a higher representation of staff with disabilities in some corners of our organization, so among auxiliary staff, part-time staff, and in some of our outside QP 1004 roles. We also know that we have fewer people with disabilities in positions of leadership at the city, so only 4% of our senior exempt staff reported having a disability. The numbers, in a way, were too small to look at an intersectional analysis, but we do have a good sense of the range of disabilities that our staff have. Interestingly, the largest groups who reported having a disability reported having a chronic illness, chronic pain, and mental health issues or psychological and emotional issues. So the more invisible, if you will, forms of disability are actually more prevalent within city staff than others. We have also, we took a look at how we're doing in terms of hiring people with disabilities. We do ask, when people apply to the city, we ask them to voluntarily disclose aspects of their identity. And so we know that in the Metro Vancouver labor market, there are about 14% of people with disabilities. But of the folks who apply to the City of Vancouver, only 3.8% report having a disability. This, of course, may be an underreporting because of the stigma that can be associated with reporting a disability or fears that people might have of disclosing. We also know that we only hired 3.6% of those applicants who identified themselves as having a disability. This is compared to 4.5% of all applicants at the City of Vancouver. So we are falling short in our recruitment and in our hiring of folks with disabilities. We can see the trends. There has been some improvement between 2017 and 2022, but there's a long ways to go in terms of making sure that our recruitment isn't presenting barriers or isn't discriminatory for folks with disabilities. A very quick look at the results of the employee benchmark survey. We asked city staff about their experience working at the city, and this is too small to read this slide, but all the red bars and the negative numbers essentially show that staff with disabilities reported having a less good experience than others at the city, sometimes with quite a big margin. So on the questions about bullying and harassment, discrimination, for example, our staff with disabilities reported their experience to be more negative, far more negative in some cases than the rest of city staff. And I should just say, these scores aren't an indication of the shortcomings of staff with disabilities. They're an indication of the shortcoming of the city to make a good place for folks to work. We had a conversation.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask a clarifying question on your last slide?
Sure.
What's the index? Like so it says -8, is that percent or is that like?
It's not quite percent. So this was on a Likert scale. It was essentially on each of these questions, do you agree, disagree, strongly agree, 1 to 5. And then it's the number is a kind of weighted average. But what you're looking at is if we took the city's average to be 0, we are just showing the gap here. What is the gap in the accumulated score for folks with disabilities?
And sorry, I know this isn't question period, but I think it goes to understanding this. So if I were to look at this, does this tell us that people are having a horrible, horrible experience, a moderately terrible experience, or a frustrating experience, or like, I just really
Yes.
want to understand that chart.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes. So I would say, so on a question like bullying and discrimination, bullying and harassment in my unit, our city score as a whole was in the 65 range, which is lower than we want. It is not horrible, but it is lower than we want. We want a score of 70 to feel like that's pretty good. So we are looking at 15 under 65. You're looking at 50 for a question like that. So it is pretty bad for this group of folks.
Okay.
And I would say there are other groups. So we also know Black staff, Indigenous staff, trans and non-binary staff similarly have much lower scores than the rest of the city on some of these questions.
Okay, great. Thank you
Mayor,
very
can
much.
I
Happy to answer more questions on
Point of
that.
procedure, I'm just wondering, as you noted, we usually save questions for the end. Many of us have clarifying questions on slide. Can you just clarify or what the rules are on that, or can we
Yeah,
save
that's-
questions for the end so we're
Yeah,
not
I probably,
treating people differently?
I probably did not follow procedure. I apologize.
Thanks.
And I should have had more clear slides. I'll happy to answer questions on this for sure. We have a staff with disabilities employee resource group, a voluntary affinity group of staff within the city who identify as having a disability. And so we've been in conversation with them to understand what are the barriers that they're experiencing working at the city. And so there's a number of them on the slide. So the top one was stigma and lack of education, a real feeling that the sense of welcome that is extended to staff is not always there for folks with disability, and it makes it challenging or scary to disclose needs and access supports. They identified barriers in the recruitment process. Not all of our recruitment is accessible to all applicants. In the onboarding process, they identified some barriers, especially in the conversation about accommodations, which usually happens when somebody is onboarded. That conversation isn't happening consistently, and it's not always comfortable. There are some challenges with the built environment, so some of our work sites are not fully accessible, or they don't consider accessibility in our safety plans. Some challenges, again, with accommodation. So the process for requesting and receiving accommodations is unclear. I should also add, the city doesn't have an accommodations policy, which probably from a best practice we need to have. And staff with disabilities are asking for a kind of accommodations office or somebody who could advocate on their behalf within the city system. Challenges with growth and retention. So one of the challenges is there's a small number of positions that are more flexible, like part-time work or job sharing. This is a very limited opportunity at the city and is attractive to folks with disability, but because the number is so low, there isn't a lot of growth opportunity for them in that. And finally, in offboarding, a comment that many of the needs of people with disability are different in the offboarding process, and we need a customized process for that. So just a quick note on work underway to address some of these challenges. We are working on developing and rolling out a disability awareness training. Council put some funding to this last year. It has been developed, piloted with the Staff with Disability ERG Employee Resource Group, and is being rolled out later this year to senior leaders in council. So that's well on its way. HR has been working on an equity review of the city's recruitment processes with an external consultant to try to identify and address systemic barriers in the recruitment process. And as part of that, also we are working on training for members of selection committees to get a little bit more educated on this before they go to make decisions about recruitment. HR has been partnering with external organizations that are focused on supporting employment opportunities for people with disabilities. That includes the President's Club, Canucks Autism Network, and our folks are going to career fairs specifically for people with disabilities to get the word out about city jobs. And we are working on documenting and communicating the city's current medical accommodation process, just trying to make that a lot more clear and explicit. Improving the city's onboarding process for new staff as well as offboarding. Again, if we have a clear sense of what our accommodation process is, we should be communicating that in the onboarding process. And then working to create actually new categories of employment, a part-time exempt status, for example, so we can create more flexibility in the kinds of roles that exist at the city. I'll leave it at that for our employment audit. Just a quick note about changes to the procedure bylaw. So council directed staff to look at changes to the procedures bylaw to allow for additional speaking time for persons with disabilities, the kind of thing that has been granted today as an exemption, but just to make that more straightforward. Clerks is bringing forward changes to the procedures bylaw, and this piece will be included. That's coming sometime this quarter. And we've made some changes also to the council chambers. We have just a little bit better equipment, new monitor and camera. Obviously, we're still figuring out exactly how to do ASL interpretation and make sure that our closed captioning is straightforward. But you should be seeing more ASL interpretation in council chambers later this year. I'm going to ask my colleague Michelle Schulz to speak to the audit of our facilities.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Michelle Schulz. I'm Director of Facilities Planning and Development. We've been working steadily on doing audits on our city facilities. In the 2019 to 2022 capital plan, we did about 30 facilities, which included Vancouver City Hall, 4 theaters, 8 community centers, Central Library, and all 17 branches, as well as Mountain View Cemetery. Additionally, what we've completed was a study of all of our works yards to look at the washrooms, change rooms, locker rooms, to be reviewed for accessibility and with a real focus on gender inclusivity to ensure that people of all genders would not feel any barriers to jobs in our works yards. Our colleagues at Park Board reviewed all the standalone Park Board washrooms, which is approximately 100 buildings, for deficiencies in accessibility, and documented that. And going forward, we have audits planned for about another 25 or so facilities, which includes all the remaining community centers, the ice rinks, and the pools. While we've been gathering this information, simultaneously, we've been working on some projects. Part of what we did in gathering the information is knowing that we didn't have sufficient money to, of course, address what we would be fully uncovering. We worked with the Persons with Disabilities Committee and Seniors Advisory Committee and with consultants from HCMA, and we came up with a process by which to prioritize projects. And out of that, these were some of the top things that came up. We did upgrades at the washrooms and shower facility at the Gathering Place. The West End Community Center, we were already doing some work in the fitness facility there. So at the same time, we made use of the contractor being on site and did accessibility upgrades to the washrooms, change rooms, and included adaptive and accessible fitness equipment. We also did some general upgrades to City Hall washrooms, which included adding automatic door operators and adding more grab bars, adjusting heights of paper towel dispensers, things like that. And similar minor upgrades have been completed to some of the park washroom facilities. Ongoing into the upcoming capital plan, we are currently working on washroom accessibility upgrades at the Carnegie Center. Construction is underway right now. We are planning to start a study on the main entrance at City Hall to improve accessibility there and looking at the ramp in particular. We've had the Rick Hansen Foundation provide us a tuition grants program to allow 13 of our staff to become trained in the certification program. So that's about 10 staff from my team and 2 or 3 staff also from DBL, from permits and licensing. And moving forward, we're targeting Rick Hansen certified gold for all of our new civic city buildings. The first one to come online with that will be the Marpole Community Center. And we're piloting in some renovations for city buildings, starting with the tenant improvements for the relocated West Point Grey Library branch. And then, of course, we're continuing to do ongoing small upgrades as money allows. Thank you.
Quick note before we finish on our outdoor infrastructure in the public realm. So by direction from council, there's a review of the patio program taking place right now, looking at the accessibility of patio spaces with an external consultant. On the street sides, we have a lot of streets and sidewalks, about 1,400 kilometers of roadway and 2,200 kilometers of sidewalks in the city. Their conditions are regularly audited, and again, by direction from council, there is an external consultant doing a review of the engineering design manual and looking at the conditions of roads and sidewalks. We know there's a particular interest in wayfinding for persons with disability, signage, how to navigate our roads and sidewalks. And this is budgeted for within the upcoming capital plan at about 100,000. So that will be coming very soon. Just to paint a picture of our infrastructure, though, I think we know that the infrastructure in Vancouver is not as old as in some other cities, but nevertheless, there's a lot of it that is getting old. There's a lot of it that have been built before we had these guidelines about accessibility, so they have been built to standards that we wouldn't accept these days anymore. Of course, as we create new infrastructure, we are living up to new standards, but we have quite a lot that needs to be replaced. And just to kind of give, these are some important numbers, I think. We have quite a bit of missing sidewalk in Vancouver. So you're walking on the sidewalk and then there's nothing suddenly. And it would take approximately $400 million to build those sidewalks, to complete all the sidewalks of Vancouver, $400 million. We have also a lot of sidewalks in bad condition, poor, very poor, fair condition. To replace those is another $400 million. In comparison, our annual funding for building new sidewalks is $1.2 million, and for repairing sidewalks is $1.25 million. So we are, our kind of challenge is 2 orders of magnitude bigger than the actual dollar amount that we have available for this. So in a way, I think the question from council has been, how do we make Vancouver the most accessible city in the world? In a way, these kinds of numbers illustrate how difficult that is going to be. Like the gap that we are trying to meet is quite large. What we are trying to do as staff is really prioritize, with the limited budget, where do we put it? Where do we kind of get the best benefit? Where is the priority from the communities? But to actually bring us up to speed and to the aspiration for the most accessible city in the world, we really have an investment question here, right? And where is that money going to come from? I hope I've done justice to the work of my colleagues. I'll pass it back to Karen if you want to make any last comments before we go to questions.
Thank you. Just to close up, it is clear that the city has made progress in supporting persons with disabilities within our community. However, more investments in the city's processes and resources are needed to reduce the barriers. We look forward in working with the community so that the city can meet its requirements with the Accessible BC Act. Some relatively small investments in the city's internal processes and resources could go a long way in reducing barriers to employment within the city for persons with disabilities. More major investments in facilities and infrastructure upgrades are needed over many years to ensure equitable access to the city. It is abundantly clear that the city cannot do this work without regular and significant involvement of those with lived experience. On behalf of all of us, we thank you for the opportunity, and with all of this, we can work together towards an accessible city for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, council, you have up to 10 minutes to ask questions of team members. And I know there are a lot of questions. I'd just like to remind everyone, if we can sort of slow down our conversations, so people can, work on the different communication tools that we have here. Okay, one sec. Okay, so Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for the presentation. Just before I begin with my questions, I just want to flag that maybe for future, this monitor could be removed because we can't actually see speakers when they're seated at the podium there. So just as a note for future. I want to start with questions around the capital infrastructure, in particular the audits. I'm interested in staff's feedback. I noted 40 million in identified in retrofits or upgrades that are necessary based on the audits. And I see 2.5 million in the 2019-2022 capital plan and 3 million in the 2023-2026 capital plan. That's certainly a real margin. From your perspective, what do we need to be investing to really make a substantive difference in those capital upgrades?
That's a bit of a challenging question. I think a lot of it has to do with looking at our capital planning as a whole. Many of our buildings are old and will be slated for renewal and renovation in larger projects. So as we do all those, it's really important that, just as a matter of course, we're including the high level of accessibility. So a lot of it will get captured as we do the major projects. We certainly need a lot more than just 2.5 or 3 million for everything else. I don't really want to put a number on it. We've established a prioritization matrix with persons with disabilities, establishing that life and safety first, dignity and equity second, which is bringing a lot of our washrooms to the fore as what needs focus.
Okay.
We can always use more.
No, I appreciate that. And I think that would be within the purview of council to give direction for the next capital plan, correct? If we want to see a greater investment in those upgrades.
Yes.
And as well as sidewalks. I think I answered my own question there. I want to circle back to the subject of the employee experience. I really appreciated, Aftab, you noted efforts that we're going to undertake as a city to address those concerns. I'm interested in perhaps you or the city manager could comment on some of the conversations that have taken place around the Pacific Autism Training Network, Family Network. They're offering training particularly focused on neurodiversity, and they're doing that with fire, police, and YVR at this moment. And if there may be an opportunity to look at some of our frontline staff in community centers, public libraries as an opportunity.
I'll ask Simon Goldsmith from HR because this is on our radar.
Good morning. Simon Goldsmith, Director of Organizational Development and Strategic Initiatives in HR. So we thank you for the question. We have had some discussions with the Pacific Autism Network and are looking at kind of prioritizing training right now. So they have come forward and offered some options that we're exploring with them. Right now, we are focused on kind of rolling out broad, as Aftab mentioned, disability awareness training to staff. So that's the focus for this year. We hope to be coming to council later in the year to actually provide some of that training opportunity as well.
That's fantastic. Can I just ask you one more question while you're there? It's just around, I spoke with a young man recently who is looking to apply for casual work through the city. And he acknowledged that, yes, there was an opportunity to note that he has a disability, but he said there was no way for him to expand on the details of that disability and what that might look like for him in terms of he has physiotherapy multiple times a day. Is that something we might look at in future, is around providing more space, opportunity for people to expand on what that disability looks like for them in the context of applying for a job?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something that we can definitely look into. I think, as Aftab also mentioned, we're actively looking at our medical accommodation process right now, and ensuring that is better defined and more embedded into our recruitment process.
Okay, fantastic.
Right.
Can I just add just very quickly to that? I think we do actually just need to be cautious. If you're asking for that information before a selection has happened, that doesn't become the basis for the decision. So just because it's complicated to accommodate somebody who needs to be off work every second day or something like, it doesn't mean we shouldn't hire them. So I actually would rather have that conversation once we've made an offer to somebody, because we do actually have a responsibility to accommodate them if they're the best person for the role that they've been hired. And so we have to just be careful about when we ask those questions, but there's no question that we need to ask those questions and be in a more active conversation about them.
Thank you. I want to circle back on the subject of sidewalks, as you noted, exponential costs related to upgrades. Do we have a method for identifying and prioritizing the areas of the city that are of highest need to have sidewalks added? I ask it in the context of having worked with a family where an elderly woman crossed the street because there was no sidewalk and unfortunately was killed, and police ultimately identified that one of the gaps was the sidewalks and lack of sidewalk. Do we have sort of a risk assessment of here are the highest priority areas we need to focus on first, and then?
Great, thank you. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Yes, we have a number of criteria that we kind of look at when we prioritize sidewalks for both our new sidewalk program and our sidewalk rehabilitation program. So these are things like, are there lots of senior centers in the area? How busy is it? Is it close to transit? These kind of things where the sidewalk will make the biggest impact in terms of people's lives.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. And then I'm wondering if staff could provide an update on the subject of addressing permitting. As you'll recall, I brought a motion last term around retrofits to homes, and particularly a young man who was having a challenge, and there would seem to be no process for expediting or identifying that he had a disability or that his contractor who was working on his behalf was working for a person with a disability. Could I get an update on the work there and any changes that have been made as a result?
Yeah, good morning, Corey O'Kell. I'm the Director of Permitting Services. So we already do have a process in place for that. And we, as part of advancing that to reduce some of the barriers, we'll be publishing a new intake form in the upcoming month that will allow people to self-identify if their renovation is a requirement for accessibility upgrades. Right now, we do identify it as related to the scope of work when it's originally intaked, and then we prioritize those accordingly.
Thank you. I appreciate that update. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then last question is around with the establishment of the Accessibility Committee, which is statutorily required by the province. Could you just elaborate on how that will work in the context of our existing Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee? And I see that I think a member of that committee will be on the Accessibility Committee, and just how the two will interact.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, there will be a direct link by having a member from both the older adults and the elder committee in PDAC, and we would interact quite frequently. But the role I see with the PDAC is do oversee the accessibility of the committee and of the community, and the accessibility committee is to oversee the implementation and the development of this strategy. There will be a direct link, but very distinct in responsibility.
Thank you. That was very clear. That was all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Just a note, hold on, let me stop the timer here. Sorry, can I just do a pace check? Are we going too fast for the ASL translators, or should we slow down? Okay, so if there's any problems, if you can just say slow down or whatever, we'll take that as a sign. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. So I'd like to just off the top ask a question about the report, specifically the addition of a plain language report, which is not a typical approach that we see. And you know, I read both, and I appreciate the plain language report is quite user friendly. And I'm wondering if you could tell me why we do a plain language report and why we don't do a plain language report more regularly across the organization for the purposes of accessibility and reducing barriers.
Yeah, great question. And thank you for the question. It is working with community stakeholders that many members of the disability committees preferred this plain language translation. So we have worked with an organization called BC People First, and they're an organization that that is run by people with cognitive challenges and that do the work of plain language translation. And we are in constant communication with the communication department to see if there's a possibility of making it more regularly. We'll see.
Okay,
And
Mm-hmm.
Sandra?
Yeah, thanks so much, Karen. That's a great response. And I think I would add that moving forward, it would be very helpful for us as a city to look at whether or not we can make more of our reports plain language at source, so that we don't necessarily have everything is, as much as we can, more plain language. And it'll help the whole community.
So now, is this something that needs council direction, or is this something that is naturally evolving?
I think it's naturally evolving. I think we can look at that as the administration.
And it doesn't necessarily incorporate an extraordinary cost per se, accepting external contracts, but we could do this in a kind of educational way that changes the way we collectively write our reports and
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly there would be some training and some rethinking about how we write reports, but yes, I think that's something we can take on as the administration.
Well, I've been told that it's probably something I could benefit from as well, so thank you for that. I'd like to hear a little bit about how, I understand that for neurodivergent folks, we have various outreaches to at Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Fire Rescue to really reduce barriers and foster understanding with our first responders and others, with people with neural differences. And I'm wondering how we are rolling that out across our organization so that we're creating a barrier-free approach in all aspects of the organization.
All right, thanks, Councillor Fry. So I think training is the first step. So we did talk a little bit about this before. The training that we are rolling out to staff this year, a large component of it is focused on frontline staff and staff that interact with the public. There is an element of that training that does focus on neurodivergency, as well as kind of a wide range of other disabilities. But I think that's the first step, and then obviously there'll be some operational considerations that each department needs to look at, given the nature of the service that they provide.
Okay, and I do want to flag that I know that there has been overtures for some sort of autism-focused training that haven't necessarily been accepted at the organization yet, and I think that there may be further opportunity to roll that out across the organization if free, is my understanding as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so onto and thank you for that. And onto the Accessible BC Act and compliance, obviously, moving towards a barrier-free BC, and that there is a compliance mechanism, and we've obviously got a long ways to go. What does that look like as far as our intention to make compliance versus our actual compliance?
Wilma Clark, Assistant Director for Social Policy. We've had numerous conversations with the Secretariat, the Provincial Secretariat, and what they're saying to us is that currently what we have established is meeting their compliance, and they leave a lot up to the municipalities in terms of what we shape. But we regularly communicate what we're doing. And the last conversation I recall that we had with them, they said that they're actually using what we're doing at the city as a bit of a model for others, because the City of Vancouver, the City of Victoria, we're a little bit ahead of the game. And so Karen, for example, is receiving numerous calls from other municipalities to say, what is it that you're doing? And I think the piece that we're now going to really dive into, as Aftab mentioned, is that public feedback mechanism. And we are quite impressed with what the province has done. We are looking to do something similar, which, they're happy with. And I just want to mention that we also are looking at that mechanism not only around disabilities, but for people experiencing other forms of discrimination within the city. What would that look like for them to be able to use a very similar feedback mechanism? So in terms of compliance, we are being assured that we are in line.
Okay, I appreciate,
Just to add quickly, so the way that the act is set up is that you come to compliance by having a committee, the right mechanisms in place, not necessarily by becoming accessible. Right, so which is a big difference, right? So we have all of the mechanisms in place, or coming to have them all in place, but it doesn't mean that we, are going to solve all the accessibility problems, and that doesn't actually put us out of compliance with legislation. Interestingly, I think it's just an interesting note, especially as you're talking to the province and to feds. I mean, the real question here is funding, and how do we. How do we resource this to actually become not just compliant, but accessible?
Yeah, and I appreciate that distinction, because certainly when we look at the hundreds of kilometers of non-existent sidewalks and non-existent curb ramps, clearly that there's a disconnect there, and I'm somewhat surprised to understand that compliance with the act does not necessarily mean that we have that accessible infrastructure.
It means that we should have a plan for how do we get there. In every capital plan, we're addressing how we're going to move in that direction, but it's not the arrival at that end accessible, which I think here we know that's ultimately what we want.
Okay, thank you, Aftab. Last question from me is for engineering, I think, and what really jumped out at me in the report about the curb ramps and the missing sidewalks and the current barely $1 million in investment in missing sidewalks and repair, is that the line about the current investment levels, sidewalk network is expected to continue to decline, which seems to me that we're going not forward but backward. And I'm just wondering, what do we need? I mean, obviously money, but is there something we can be doing to more assertively address this deficiency in the system?
So for sidewalk rehabilitation in particular, the big gap is funding. We have a lot of sidewalks. We have a lot of sidewalk in the city, a lot of sidewalk asset. And when we look at the amount that we're investing, it's not quite keeping up with repairing and equal sidewalks equally to how they're degrading, right? So I think in terms of sidewalk rehabilitation, one of the key things is funding. We're also working on better identifying how to repair and build new sidewalk. So looking at all the different trade-offs in a given area to kind of better focus our work.
So to what extent is this a function, like the deterioration of our sidewalk infrastructure, is it a function of climate change?
There's a number of factors. Actually, I might ask Ross to come up quickly and answer the details around that.
Sure.
Hi, Ross McFarland, Capital Program Manager with Streets Design. I would say there's some linkage, for instance, with street trees, depending on the placement of trees and the robustness of their growth, that can be impacted by climate. I can't say that we have directly studied a link between climate change and the degradation of the sidewalk network, but for sure, there's definitely going to be some interaction between the natural environment and those changes over time and how it impacts differential settlement and other issues with sidewalks.
Thanks. I think I'm hit my 10 minutes right on the nose, so thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks very much for the presentation and all the work you're doing on this. It's very important. I had a question around the tech side of it. We talked about the website being updated to improve ways to report barriers to accessibility. Will that apply to the 311 app as well? I know lots of people use that app. Will they be able to also be able to report these barriers to accessibility via the app?
That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll take it back to our tech services. Thank you.
Okay. So not currently in the plan, but something.
No, we haven't talked about it, but we're definitely talking about the 311 function online, and I imagine that there's something to do more to get it onto the app as well.
Okay, great. And on the app, how accessible is it currently for people who need an accessible app with voiceovers and that sort of thing?
Mm-hmm. Does anybody know? I don't know. Do you have a sense or no? The 311 app, we'll have to get back to you on that. Sure. I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I'll just echo, really appreciate all the work that's been happening on this over many years and each of the updates, so we get to follow along as it happens. A few questions. The first is, what sort of internal support in terms of staffing and resources do we need to be improving the accessibility lens across every department in the city? What exists already? What is needed to be doing that well?
I would say, so the answer to that question is Karen Lai and her team, her developing team. So council did in the last budget fund the continuation and regularization of that position and some support for that. We are essentially, that's the mechanism. So Karen's expertise and her teams in connection with the equity office is what we're using to sort of keep in conversation with all the different departments and make sure we're moving in this direction. Training, of course, is the other big, the obvious one. Without that piece, we're not going to be moving very fast. But I feel like we are, Sandra, maybe I'll let you comment on, I feel like we're in a fairly good place,
Yeah,
but.
thanks so much, Aftab. Yes, certainly we now have with council's approved staffing the internal infrastructure to administer our plan and to track our plan and to support the internal coordination. But as Aftab noted, staff training, which HR has been working with the team and plans to roll out, and as well as hiring. The more folks we have with disability working here at the city, we'll have that, and combined with the staff training, will over time, I think, become more aware across the city.
Okay. Related to that, what supports are in place when we have staff with disabilities across departments who we know, like many other folks from underrepresented communities, end up sort of doing internal education among their own teams, even if it's not part of their job description? How are we supporting those folks in helping their own teams understand and improve, even if that's not their actual job?
Yeah, that is definitely an ongoing challenge. I think the creation of the employee resource groups have helped somewhat with that. Just the fact that we've got, for the leaders of those groups, we've got permission from supervisors for staff to be actually spending time as part of their work day on this issue, providing advice to the rest of the city. And then, I mean, I would say between us and HR, the equity office and HR, it's on us to pick up those pieces. The tension is that the folks with lived experience want to direct that work, and that's understandable, and it shouldn't fall on them. So we are trying to first legitimize it within their job, and just be cautious, careful about how much we ask of them, ask for advice, but we would be the implementers at the equity office or HR.
Okay, really appreciate the recognition of that tension and the work that's happening. One more capacity question: the public feedback mechanism that exists. What's our capacity to be following up on concerns, reports of inaccessibility that come in through that?
Yeah, so that's actually the really nice thing about using the 311 platform as the mechanism, because 311, essentially when somebody reports something through that process, a ticket is issued and you can follow up on that. You can log back on to see what happened with that ticket, what stage the issue is that you reported. So we'll have much better ability to track if that becomes our main mechanism for getting feedback on the strategy specifically and on the barriers that people are facing. There is a kind of automated system right now of when those are received, they go to the correct department, and when it is resolved, something gets changed in the system. So we just need to make sure folks know that and get back to them when things are fixed.
Okay. One more sort of bucket of questions, I guess, which is one of the most frequent questions or concerns I hear from people with disabilities across the city is around housing and the lack of accessible and affordable housing. Can you speak a bit more? I don't know if we have someone from planning to what we're doing on that front.
Don't from PDS.
Councillor, it's certainly on the planning department's radar, and they have identified work in this area as part of the accessibility strategy phase 1, but I'll need to follow up with you with an update.
Okay, I would be happy to have an update. Maybe I'll ask one more question then, which is, I guess, I'm curious to better understand how we balance, we've done audits of a number of our public buildings. Through those audits, we know there's a huge amount of actual work that needs to be done there. Now we have another bucket of audits to do. I guess that balance of where we're spending resources on more audits to build out the list versus where we're starting to prioritize the actual tangible investments needed to make the buildings accessible.
Yeah, that's a tricky question. I mean, we need to have all the data to be able to have a fully comprehensive prioritization list. So, we managed to do a big chunk of the buildings, but I think once we get through all the community centers, that will allow us to have a clearer sense of what the priorities really need to be across the city for public-facing buildings. So I think that piece of work needs to be done to be able to make those decisions well.
That makes sense. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sort of point of procedure, do I have to see the chair? No, okay, great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I learned a ton. So I have two questions. One, and I'll preface this with, leadership happens at all different levels. Leaders really do step up. My question to you is, in the presentation, it looked like we had we don't have a lot of representation with people who have disabilities at, the traditional leadership sort of role in an organization in the city of Vancouver. In your opinion, what are the one or two things we can do, or what are the one or two reasons why we don't have more representation in senior decision-making roles at the city?
I'll have to do some guessing here, probably. I mean, I would say we have a culture that is really about speed, delivering, checking boxes. We are very kind of product oriented, and we move fast. And I would say almost by definition, we are a little bit ableist. The kind of the recognition that we can't go as fast, or we need to be more relational, or we need to accommodate more folks, is not deeply in our culture. And I would say the higher up you go in the organization, the more it is like that. So I think there's something about our culture that is not super welcoming to folks who need a longer time to respond to questions, or get a report done, or be in a meeting. So I think more than anything, it's a culture change. And then of course we need to be looking at retention and developing people. We've just started this work with some other marginalized folks within city staff, and there is some very unique challenges that they're facing that others aren't. So we need to build some kind of customized leadership programs, or path for leadership within the city. That's my best guess. I don't know, HR, if there's anything you want to add. No.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then the second question is more of a technical question. Has anyone in our groups, sorry, always at the wrong time. Sorry about that. Now you know what my ringtone is. Sorry, that threw me off there. My question, it's a technical one. Have anyone in our groups looked at sort of AI in terms of sign language, or translating voice to text that we can bring into the city and make accessibility come faster?
Karen?
No, sorry about that. But we can look into it for yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank
Well,
you.
if you want, after we can chat, because I've been to a lot of conferences where this is already happening right now, and it's just, it's a game changer. And where people don't have to wait 2 or 3 years for budgetary, or, finding people to do it, so.
That's interesting question. Thank you. I'll look into that. Yeah.
That's all I have. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report. I'm still sort of struck by that, and notwithstanding that one slide of the metric on the Likert scale, but the 15% below potentially I don't know if there's a good average, but a better number of employees that said that they didn't feel or felt that they did not have a workplace that was free of discrimination, bullying, or otherwise. So what do we do with a finding like that?
Yeah, and I mean, that's an interesting one, because it's also across the board. I mean, across the board, we have a lower score on that question that we want. One of the major things that is happening is that we are revising our current bullying and harassment policy. We're actually moving 2 policies into one, mainstreaming that process. Of course, the real question is, how do we prevent bullying and harassment from happening in the first place? We think that addressing it a little bit better, being more clear about how that happens, being more clear about what is okay and what is not okay, probably will help in that process. And some of it, I mean, when we look at people with disabilities, for example, it comes to understanding the specific forms of discrimination that people with various disabilities actually face. I think unless people know that a certain comment will be experienced as an aggression or microaggression, they're not going to know how not to do that. So our training has been broad, and we need to go to sort of like specific segments of our population, if you will, within the city to make some improvements there.
So thanks. So clarifying on that, I'm just keeping going for time. So could we expect, is this about adapting existing training, new training? Is it about more communication? Like how will that manifest itself in terms of city operations?
Yeah, I mean, so actually this year for the first time, we actually have developed a kind of equity curriculum that starts with this is some base training, and then once you do that, you move to the next level, and here's more specialized training. There's definitely gaps in that kind of curriculum or that pathway with new pieces that we need to add in, and it is also kind of incorporating it into day-to-day communication. So it's not once a year you go to training or once in your time at the city you go to training, that it becomes much more part of our culture. The challenge with that is with our operational and frontline workers who are typically not on the city network, aren't getting as much of the communication. And my sense is that a lot of this is the discrimination and bullying is being experienced in some of those spaces where we have less touch points with our staff.
That's a lot to think about.
Yeah.
I want to move on to the piece about the ESL interpretation coming soon for the sort of the council chambers and the council experience. And I wonder, because accessibility takes many forms, we've spoken a lot about sidewalks, things like physical accessibility, but also people feeling welcome and able to participate. So can you give us a little bit more detail on what that will look like?
What's happening in chambers? You're asking about the council meetings per se, how to make them.
ESL interpretation coming later this year, I believe.
Well, as a part of a midterm report, there was a quick action item that council approved of ASL and council chambers. So we have been working with city clerks to see what that would look like. So they had in their years since that motion was passed, has purchased cameras to make it how conducive it is to implement ASL in council chambers. So we are looking at the building, we're looking at the internal infrastructure, how to put up more monitors and that type of thing, and so we are working on it.
Okay, that's a very helpful perspective. That gives me a bit more of a sense. Thanks.
If I could just add a little bit. Part of the conversation with the clerk's office is also about when is it most appropriate. Council, as you know, has many meetings. So is it appropriate for all meetings? There's a cost attached to all meetings. There's the agencies that only have so many interpreters. That's the other thing we're learning, is that in community right now, there's not enough interpreter for all the needs that are out there. So how do we access? So those are part of the pieces that we're still working through with clerk's office.
Okay, that additional detail is helpful. Lots of considerations. Thanks. And the other one that I have is with respect to the accessibility gold standard, the Rick Hansen piece that's being employed for the new Marpole Community Center build. Can you give us a sense, because obviously we're digging out of existing infrastructure, but we're building new to be compliant and accessible. What does that look like? What will somebody experience in the Marpole Community Center today differently than they would in one of the city's older community centers? What would that look like for someone's experience?
Well, that every room and every space is accessible to all. We will have completely barrier-free building is the intent. Whereas, our older buildings have so many different, nooks and crannies that are totally not accessible.
So
we'll also have
like
gender-neutral washrooms.
Is it things like height of sinks in bath? I'm trying to sort of just understand from a tangible perspective. Is it things like height of sinks in bathrooms, all across the board? Is it for a specific number of them? Like, could you just give us a couple of tangible examples?
The code does address many of these things, so the bathrooms may not look that different other than we are going for gender-neutral washrooms. So they will be completely universal and accessible. And we'll be including things like hearing loops in the rooms, tactile strips in front of the elevators, things that are just a little bit above and beyond. I hope that answers. Everything will be as accessible as possible, removing all the barriers. The kitchens, the teaching kitchens will have accessible stations, those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Is that it? Great, thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the works from the staff for all putting everything together. So my question is about the audit of the city facility. I think the slides mentioned that we audit 17 branches for the Vancouver Public Library. But I remember we have 22 branches for VPL, right? Where are those 6 branches missing?
Good question. I'm pretty sure we've done all of them. So let me get back to you, but I thought we had done all of the branches.
Okay,
So maybe
yeah.
it's just that the number is wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So the other question is, I think compared to the 14% in Metro Vancouver's labor market with person with disabilities, we only at 3.8%. It's such a big gap here. So do we have any plan to do more promotions in terms of the job market and maybe attract more people with disabilities to City of Vancouver? Also prioritize the applicants with disabilities.
Yes, that's a big part of what HR is working on, just being more in the spaces where we might reach folks from that community. I think the other part of it is we need to be offering jobs that they want to do that fit for them. So actually this thing about part-time work, job shares, like that's, I think, the piece that's going to make even a bigger difference than the reach is not going to help us if we don't have anything that they want to apply for. So yes, it's a kind of a multi-pronged being out there in the community and then creating both mechanisms and a culture that would be more conducive to folks wanting to come in.
I see. Okay, so the other question is, the survey was done in 2021. Have we done any survey before so we can compare the trend to see if there's any evolvement?
Right. No, this was the first survey when we asked about identity of our employees. So the previous surveys, there's kind of employee experience surveys from years before, but this is actually the first time when we were asking about identity and so could disaggregate the data by the different identities. We do plan to repeat it every 3 years or so, so we will be able to compare going forward.
Okay, thanks. Last question, it might be a naive or silly question. So is there a way we can leverage and probably collaborate with developers in the new development area to make sure the curb and sidewalk are more accessible instead of just a city doing that on our own?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, absolutely. With most new development, they're replacing the sidewalks, the curb ramps, and that's actually one of the ways we get a lot of both new sidewalk and repaired sidewalk across the city. So definitely development is a great way for us to be advancing our accessibility standards on the street.
So is this a mandatory requirement for all the new development?
Pretty well, all new bigger developments and even most small development and single family houses, they're building new sidewalks.
Okay, they are doing that already.
If the sidewalk's broken up, if there's a good sidewalk, they aren't necessarily replacing it, but.
I'm talking about the accessibility on the sidewalk, not the sidewalk itself. Can we leverage there? Because I'm assuming it's very easy for them to do that, to make that more accessible when they do the development. Is that something we can do, or is something we are already doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So with new development, we are doing that with the new sidewalks. So our new sidewalk standards, when a sidewalk is being replaced, is more accessible than our old ones. So that includes smoother surfaces. Instead of trowel joints, saw cut joints, we have better standards for curb ramps.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely development's a place where we are really improving accessibility in the city.
Okay, all right. Thanks. That's all my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blythe.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the work and the discussion and the good questions this morning. I just wanted to build off of some of this discussion around how council ought to consider the work and the accessibility strategy overall, and particularly this task force, when it comes to issues related to inclusivity. And, you know, sort of by definition, there is sort of nuance. And some of our discussion today, to me, sounds a bit more about like building an inclusive city. And so I just wonder if we can hear from staff on, has that been a discussion? And how can we understand what that discussion looks like?
I would just say we definitely see the accessibility work as being under the umbrella of the equity and inclusion work that the city is doing more broadly. It's not separate, and in fact, there's a lot of overlap. I was thinking the conversation about, you know, simple language reports. That's actually totally in line also with what we're doing with language access policy and communication with immigrant communities, English as second language. You know, so there's a lot of linkages. I don't know, Karen or somebody from your unit, if you want to say how you see that link or not, the framing of the work as inclusion.
Absolutely. Just picking up on what AFTAB said, we do look at this work as being very connected to our healthy city strategy, the social determinants of health, and then out of that, the equity framework. And then accessibility. And there are a number of other initiatives. I know that the work that's just happening now, looking at seniors, for example, and seniors is also a part of the accessibility strategy. And as a matter of fact, when we started our work with the task force, we asked these questions around inclusivity. We started talking about language. We started talking about newcomers. We talked about a lot about intersecting identities. Intersectionality is actually a part of, you know, what we're looking at under the equity framework, but also under the accessibility strategy. So because of that, inclusivity is embedded in the accessibility work.
Okay, that's helpful. That's my understanding. It would be great to find out perhaps through chair to the city manager when council will be receiving an update on the gender equity work and inclusivity strategy. And I only defer to the city manager, but perhaps it's appropriate to ask staff.
Yes, end of June. We'll bring an update on the equity framework implementation, which will kind of lay out all of these pieces, the different identity-based strategies, where are they, and what do we need to do on those next.
Okay, great. So just drawing the link between this report and that report is around our city facilities and operating guidelines, operating manuals as it relates to creating safe spaces for women and gender inclusive spaces. We hear a lot from stakeholders that are really advocating for this work, and it's work that's been ongoing. So happy to see this here, and also recognize there's this fine line between accessibility and inclusivity. So will we see more detailed work related to our civic facilities in that upcoming update?
Yeah, so the women's equity strategy, which is kind of actually coming to the end of its life, still has some pieces that have to do with facilities. So yes, we'll bring a brief update on that with a kind of an idea of what we need to do to keep going forward in that area. So we'll pick it up in June if that's okay.
That's excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. One last question is related to, we have our advisory committees that overlap with the work potentially with this task force. Just to be clear, can there be members of the advisory committees also serving on the task force?
Yes, so we have one member who will be kind of a link, so on both committees, both the persons with disability and the accessibility committee, and one person who will be on the elders and older persons committee who will also be on this. So those two will be the link between the committees. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blythe. Councillor Carr. On.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, good work by staff on this, and the good questions by council. My first question has to do with recognizing that vulnerable people are most at risk in terms of extreme weather events that are more common now with climate change. And I'm wondering if the work that will be proceeding with the task force will look at that issue of how we ensure people who may be vulnerable, who may have problems around accessibility, are able to access easily places of safe retreat in the cases of extreme weather, extreme heat, extreme cold, even extreme or air quality advisories. That's the first question.
Yes, we actually, we recognize this as well as a key issue, and our expectation would be that it would be something that the committee would be looking at. As we recognize in the accessibility strategy that each department has to come up with their 3-year departmental plan. And so the expectation would be that departments who have that responsibility for overlooking these climate change issues and its impact on vulnerable communities would be building that into the plans, and it would be a part of what our accessibility committee would be reviewing and monitoring.
Great. I'll be looking forward to reviewing that when it comes forward. My second question, actually last question, is regarding a question that I guess it's follow-up to Councillor Fry's point around can we assess the impact of climate change on, for example, the state of our sidewalks, etc. I wasn't perfectly satisfied with the answer. I've certainly read information that that shows that macadamite surfaces, asphalt, but concrete as well can be greatly affected by extreme weather, both extreme cold as well as extreme heat, as well as extreme rainfall. And so I'm wondering if staff in engineering can actually start to assess the impact of those extreme weather events on sidewalks, for example, thinking that potentially we could apply for funding from senior governments who are now looking at funding for civic infrastructure that is affected by climate change.
Great, thank you for the question. Right now, our biggest issue in terms of our sidewalks is really tree roots. We have a lot of, sidewalk heaves that really cause a lot of problems on our sidewalk network. But in terms of climate change and climate impacts from severe weather and things like that, we're still learning a lot from that. So we can absolutely do more work in terms of assessing what that's going to look like into the future with more climate events.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that very much. That's it for my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick follow-up question on the appointments of the committees, just helpful from the standpoint of those of us on the nomination subcommittee. I know we have one delegated or one designated person for the the older persons committee, and as well the persons with disabilities committee. Can we have more? Like, if we have 3 or 4 really great people that are on the persons with disabilities, can they also serve on that other committee? It would seem to me that if we've got really strong leaders in the community working on that, would we obviously designate one as the official liaison, but have others? I just want to be clear whether that would be possible.
Absolutely. Well, the selection process will be by application, and by selection process, we do want to make the application to be as low barrier as possible. We are challenged by keeping the committee to a tight number, to a manageable number, but also to represent the diversity of disabilities. And we want to recognize all voices within the city of Vancouver. So we are proposing 11 people with lived experience and 5 non-voting staff members. And we know that it will be a challenge, but yeah.
Just to add, one of the challenges is wanting to have enough representation from the community broadly. So if we have a number of people who are already on city committees, it limits who we can bring in from community, which isn't to say that if there were specific pieces that we were working on, we could also develop working groups. And in those working groups, we could potentially bring in more people from our current advisory committees to work on specific issues.
That's great. Answers my question, and I know that I think having the synergy of those two groups working together is going to make this even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. Okay, seeing no more no more councillors on the queue, we will now move on to the hearing from members of the public. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone, excuse me, that council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in Vancouver's council meetings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in council meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is accepted or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speakers, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful, or if a member of the public is engaging in improper conduct under section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw. As chair, I'll ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure that they are using respectful language. I would like to remind speakers that they have 10 minutes to make their comments. I would like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and 10 minutes for those who need it. Speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members have up to 6 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Now, we will now hear from the first registered speaker, Jacques Courteau. Jacques, are you, oh.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, city staff. My name is Jacques Courteau. I chair the city's accessibility strategy task force. I will be speaking this morning. Teja Alexis, who's on the committee on that task force, is also here to help basically, steer me in the right direction. Right off the bat, I want to say we support the report that is being presented to council today. And we want Vancouver to become the world's most accessible city. We also champion the principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion that have been spoken about today. We continue to have concerns with a few issues on the report. And I will speak then to two issues, namely accountability for the implementation of the strategy and honoraria for members of the proposed accessibility committee. I'll start with accountability. For a long time now, the task force has expressed concerns about the accountability framework for the strategy. As a reference, we use the city of Calgary, where the annual performance assessment of managers specifically includes consideration of how they met their goals on accessibility. In Vancouver, lots of policy centers are involved. We have a bunch of them behind us today. And they produce standards, recommendations, policies, and reviews, but it's not clear who bears the responsibility for the actual implementation part of the strategy. Accountability is very diffuse, and it is far too easy to point fingers when accessibility goals are not met or maybe not even identified. The task force was very disappointed with the limited vision of city units regarding action items that were identified for the application of the strategy. So even blue skying accessibility seems to be a problem. Experience with accessibility shows that nothing of consequence will be achieved unless A, the expected results are clear, and B, specific managers are held accountable for delivering on these expectations. Without this, 20 years from now, we will still be where we are today. Let's just look at Ontario. The AODA, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act, was enacted 18 years ago in 2005 and is now undergoing its fourth review. The draft report of that review, dated March 1, 2023, is that after 18 years of experience with AODA, the report says at page 6, the motivation of the fourth review is straightforward. The current experience for many people with disabilities in Ontario is poor. This stems from design flaws in services, products, technology, buildings, infrastructure, careers, processes, and human imagination. The report carries on at page 22 with some helpful advice on how to deal with this. And the report says, even with engaged leadership as it stands today, accountability would be a significant challenge. A key reason is there are no metrics for what success looks like. The review has outlined, and continue on the quote, how a lack of data has led to an over-reliance on standards. Beyond this, it has made it impossible for media, advocacy groups, government, and private organizations to track, process, and hold others as themselves accountable. It is noteworthy, and this is an important part. I've stored a copy of this document to AFTAB earlier. It is noteworthy to compare accessibility data collection and public dissemination in New Zealand when compared to Ontario. There, the Office of Disability Issues has created a series of interactive Tableau dashboards to visualize accessibility data for public consumption. So my request would be that please develop metrics and accountabilities such as the ones in New Zealand. The accessibility strategy provides standards, but standards are not enough. People cannot see where they're going with standards. They just know a minimum of what they have to meet. In phase 2, the path forward must be defined. The expected end result must be made clear, and responsibilities for their delivery must be specifically assigned. Shoot for the stars, show the residents of Vancouver what the most accessibility in the world would look like. Name who will get us there, and measure your progress publicly. It's a matter of credibility. On that issue, I want to add, based on some comments that I heard earlier, that based on the public feedback on the 311 system, I think is a very limited way to ensure accountability. For one thing, I was told when I connected with 311 on the complaint that I had, that something would be passed on to the policy center if enough complaints of the same type were received. It's not a very engaging way to be addressing how do we actually monitor the implementation of a strategy. So, yes, metrics that show the end result, along with reporting, as is done in New Zealand, it shows a real nice template of if we do all that we said we would do, here's what we would have, and then there's reports on a regular basis from all the departments, how far have we got to implement this. I think that's a very useful way to deal with accountability. So my second issue is one that I've raised many times as well in the development of the report, and it deals with honoraria for members of the Accessibility Committee. 11 of the 16 members of that committee must have lived experience of disability. The other 5 are fully paid city staffers. My comments here are based on 12 years of involvement with other persons with disabilities on various committees and reflect the views of members of the Accessibility Task Force. I don't intend to apply for the Accessibility Task Force if that gives the impression that I'm making these comments for personal gain. just as a side issue, I happen to be one of the few persons with disabilities that has stable income and good pension plan. So I myself, I'm in the exception when you look at the persons with disabilities group in general. The city's application process for the committee seeks membership from underrepresented disability communities. So my comments are mainly for the many potential members from those communities. Let me first quote some factual information from the city's own accessibility strategy. One, quote, the average after-tax income for persons with disabilities is less than $31,000 per year. This amount is well below the living wage needed to live in Vancouver. And the second one, 23% of people with limitations on their daily activities have incomes below the after-tax low-income point, a higher rate than the overall population. Now let's see what is expected of the persons with disabilities sitting on the Accessibility Committee. They have 5 important responsibilities. Strategic responsibilities to guide the city's implementation of the accessibility strategy and to ensure that the city is in compliance with the Accessible BC Act. I'm sure that this statement of responsibilities is not window dressing. The terms of reference set the overall objective of the committee, which is to support the City of Vancouver in identifying barriers to accessibility and provide the city with advice on how to prevent and remove those barriers. Basically, members of the Accessibility Committee bring expertise and experience that the city does not have and are instrumental in helping the city meet its legislated obligations. And how does the city value these responsibilities, along with the necessary expertise and assistance of persons with disabilities, but just for the 11 members from the disability communities? According to the terms of reference, quote, remuneration is available for voting members of the committee who request financial support. Members may receive an honorarium, a check of $25 per hour for each meeting attended. Do you remember the part about removing barriers in part of their work? One of these barriers is right in your face. The reality is that the city does not value the contribution of persons with disabilities because it is only maybe often $25 per hour of actual meeting time, not preparation and all this stuff, and only if a member first requested for financial support. This is so demeaning. Since when does the city, I'm sorry, is that how city staffers are remunerated for their own contribution on this committee? Since when does the provision of expertise required by law, I might add, only qualify for possible financial support rather than automatic remuneration? I'll tell you since when. Since expertise has been provided by persons with disabilities, part of the poor communities in society. Of course, one can say that members of PDAC are not paid either. I know that, but this is another issue. Persons with disabilities...
Jacques, je suis désolé, mais votre temps est écoulé.
Oh.
So,
I thought I had 10 minutes?
Yeah, you're actually at about 11 right now. Does anybody have any questions for Jacques? Yeah, and also, oh, great, we have lots of questions, and also you can submit your presentation to the council, and we'll get a copy. And you're in luck because there are lots of questions. So, Councillor Boyle.
Just interested in if there are other comments or suggestions you have about this report.
Well, as I've said before, I'm a bit surprised that 311 will be the implementation mechanism. But I'm also very, I cringe when I hear that the principle is that the city has to have a plan, but doesn't have to be accessible. To me, that seems to be the whole reason for the plan. And so My fear over the past, so many years in PDAC is that the council cannot assume that because we're passing this report today, the work is done, obviously. There's a lot of work to be done, right? The plan is just the beginning.
Okay, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Oh, I just finished.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Jacques. I just had a quick question, a clarification. When you referenced the honorarium and wanting to see an honorarium, was it specifically for the proposed accessibility committee that we're dealing with today, or is it for the advisory committee that exists already with the city?
No, the advisory committee is one of many advisory committees the city has, and it's composed of volunteers. That's one thing. However, because the accessibility committee is a body created by law, imposed on the city with a very clear mandate to help help to bring the city in compliance with the Accessibility Act. I mean, other groups like the BC Parks is offering $300 per session for members of their accessibility committee. We are here speaking about the way that the city can deal with making things more accessible and more inclusive and to welcome diversity. But the city's actions don't reflect that in this case.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, and I'll maybe follow up to staff with a question after the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just want to touch on a point that you made, Jacques, around the 311 and the response that you that was quoted anecdotally that, well, if we get more feedback like this, we'll sort of take some action. What would you think is an appropriate response in that circumstance?
Well, I understand that 311 must get a lot of calls for all kinds of different issues. And I'm not saying that every call should potentially be routed to the unit that deals with these types of issues. But if, in fact, we're saying here that we're going to count on 311 to make sure that the city becomes more accessible by acting on those complaints about accessibility, then I think if that's the mechanism, those types of calls must all be referred to the policy center. I mean, as much as I don't like implementing a strategy to a complaint process, if that's what's chosen here, then at least make sure the complaints get to the right place.
Right, so there could be some sort of threshold that this call relates to our accessibility, and therefore here's what the response would be. And that's basically a training mechanism at the end of the day.
I don't know.
And to your point, gets taken to the next level is what you're saying, based on one call. Because if it's not accessible for one person, it's not accessible for anyone that is dealing with
That's right, and that is now the chosen mechanism to act on it, so let's do it. Right?
Well, I believe our good staff are listening to this, and definitely will be following up on that point. Thank you.
May I please add one more comment? That not everybody has access to a telephone or to internet or to computer. So if that is the preferred way to communicate a barrier, that is a challenge in itself. Thank you.
Yeah, not to mention that we heard that the 311 app may not be accessible anyway.
Point taken. I think there's quite a bit of attention being drawn to that, so that's very good from this conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on your comment about what you described as demeaning in terms of being able to request the compensation for participation in these committees. I think it is a very good point. So my question to you is the balance in your view to make this a mandatory aspect for service during the time of the committee, or are you in the view that there needs to be more compensation for other times? I just want to see if there's a potential balance in this question.
There are 60 odd entities under the Accessible BC Act, or types of entities that have to develop accessibility committees. I think it would serve the city well to see how others are dealing with remuneration for participation. This is not an advisory committee. This is a job. And if it's a job, it should be paid according to what it merits, not some low-level amount as a financial support. That's the part that I find so demeaning. There's work being done here.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. And that's the end of the questions. So Jacques, thank you very much. Couple of things. If we can get a motion to extend the meeting till 12:30, past 12 o'clock to about 12:30. We do have an SL translator that is here to 12:30, so it'd be great if we can get through this. Then have a great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Second, Councillor Joe. All in favor, say aye. Great. All opposed, say nay. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, and now I think we need a couple of, clerk, is that correct? We need a couple of minutes to set up for the next speaker. Oh yes, can we call the next speaker? That would be helpful. The next speaker we have is Ryan Ollis.
Just getting my dog to stay quiet.
Ready to go?
Yes, I am ready. Hello, City of Vancouver councillors, and I want to thank you for inviting me. My name is Ryan Ollis, and I am the Program Coordinator for Deafblind Services at the Wavefront Centre for Communication Accessibility. So Wavefront was established in 1956. And it's a BC-based, charitable, not-for-profit organization operating as a social enterprise. Wavefront serves deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing individuals and their families and communities. In January of 2020, the program, which I'm the coordinator of, Deafblind Services, is when I have been working in Vancouver at their location. So I serve people who are deafblind, organize interveners. And my reason for coming here today is to share with you my experience and how much I care about access, not just for myself, but the people that I serve. And I really think it's important that we have individuals who represent that lived experience speaking to the city and being involved in matters such as what we're talking about today. So as you see, I'm wearing a hat with a visor, and that's because I have light sensitivity. So it helps me to navigate, and it helps me to understand my visual environment. I also have an assistance dog with me. So I would like to share with you my lived experience so that you can get an understanding of what it is like for a person who is deafblind to access the city of Vancouver. And we experience multiple barriers on a day-to-day basis, 24/7, as they say. And that's because of the system. The system is not designed for people like myself. The system is a privileged system. So a person who is deafblind, so let's say, for example, they're trying to navigate their way through the city, they will encounter multiple barriers, whether they be on the sidewalks, whether they be crossing intersections, not being able to see when the light is in their favor to cross. I have been hit by a vehicle a couple of times because I wasn't able to navigate my environment safely. It's just not safe for deafblind people at the current level of accessibility that the city provides. Sometimes intersections or roadways are temporarily closed, but we don't have that knowledge. We have no way of understanding that or seeing that because of our limited vision. So another example, if I've lost my bus pass, I have to go to the SkyTrain. I have to go to the kiosk, enter in my information. But that's not accessible either, because often the information is very small, like the font is very small, it's not tactile. I can't use my voice to speak into their intercom system. If I ask for help from the staff, again, I experience barriers because they don't understand me. I'm supposed to use a phone, or I'm supposed to touch the emergency button, but I can't tell when someone has answered because I can't hear them. That information is not made visual to me. It's only accessible to people who can hear. So I don't have any tactile information to guide me through the city. That's really lacking. Now, if I go to my bank or to any other government facility, if I want to make a doctor's appointment, I'm supposed to fill out some kind of paperwork. And often that paperwork is inaccessible to me because the font size is too small. Some people use Braille and others don't use Braille. So Braille is not a one-size-fits-all. Now, when I go grocery shopping, that also can be quite challenging. If I'm trying to decide what it is I'm to buy, whether it's the expiry date is the right date, I have to actually open it up to taste it or find out that I've purchased the wrong item because it's not visually accessible to me. If I go shopping and sometimes things get moved around, I can't find my way. If I want a 3% type milk, it's accessible if you can see it because it's got a visual color to it, but there's no tactile clues. You know, I think 2% tends to be yellow and 1% tends to be red. But if a person who's blind can't see any of that. So I have bought the wrong food on many occasions. And the only way I know that it's been wrong is I have to open it. You know, I've purchased homogenized milk when I should have purchased something else. You know, and this is just, you know, a snapshot of what it's like to go through on a day-to-day basis, not having an accessible environment and also to be a visible minority. So my question is, what can we do as deafblind people to be a part of this city plan, to make it equitable for people like us, where we're often not represented? How can we make our environments more tactile friendly for everybody, so that we don't have to rely on this, on the sense of sound, but that we can actually have access to both? People who use wheelchairs, for example, to get about. You know, and I agree that that's a very important accessibility feature. But we're also in need of accessibility. So I think making an accessible environment benefits all, not just a certain segment. Widening sidewalks, for example, is a benefit of people who are walking with a stroller or who have other devices that they have to cart along on the sidewalk. So extending the width of a sidewalk street is going to benefit everybody. It's an investment, but it's an investment that benefits all, that benefits accessibility for all. It's not just for people who need to access Braille, but it makes it a very tactile, touch accessible environment. So I'd like us to think that it's not just a benefit for a certain segment of people or sector of the community. And so I'd like to remind everyone to, you know, to think big. think about what is this future that we want for ourselves? Because one day you may in fact be that disabled person. And how will that environment support you? So think broadly, think big. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to my interpreter's voice. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to, we have an interpreter here right now who's standing behind me. And what this interpreter is doing is what's called pro-tactile. So they're giving me visual information about my environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thank you for coming and joining us today and sharing your experience. I have a question. We have talked a bit today about sidewalks and sidewalk ramps. I'm curious, as you mentioned tactile interface, if we should be doing more in the development of sidewalk ramps to give a textured tactile indicator for people who may be visually impaired or similar.
Yes, I do. And I also think that we need to figure out how we can make sure that intersections where they are activated by pedestrians, so when the lights get turned on or turned off to allow them to cross or to stay, it's not accessible to a deafblind person as it is. I think if we made it so that it would be accessible to a person who's deaf or who's blind, deaf-blind or who's blind, I think it would benefit a number of people. I have an intervener, for example. I don't know if you know what an intervener does, but an intervener also provides that kind of environmental information. They serve as a guide. They help the deafblind person to navigate, but interveners are not available 24/7. You know, their numbers are still, few and far between. So I think if we don't have an intervener, but that if we have a built physical environment that would be accessible to me, that would be ideal. Maybe to give you an example, if you had the information of the street, instead of having the sign way up above where I can't see it, why not put it on the sidewalk? Why not have sort of a tactile way of knowing that it's time for you to cross that's at, shoulder length or hip length. So they don't have to, look way up. Or I have something that's on the curb side that is a tactile that tells me I'm at the curb and so this is where I should step down. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways, and I'm sure that other municipalities have done lots of things like this, where if you're not paying attention, anybody, whether you be deaf, blind, or you have your full vision, you would find that as an advantage to be able to feel something at the tip of your shoe that you're at the edge of a curb, or if you're not paying attention because you're on your mobile device, that you'd have something to alert you. So I've gone to a building where, for example, they have suites. And so suites or office buildings have buzzers, but they're voice activated, or they're at least you communicate with someone through an intercom. But as a deaf person or even a deaf-blind person, that's not accessible. Why not set up some kind of a lighting system or some kind of vibrating system that, when a person lets me in, when they press their buzzer, I can feel it. And there I know I can push on the door and enter the room. Anyway, just some ideas.
Thanks so much for sharing your lived experience, and I think you bring some really valuable insights, and I'm glad to hear you're doing such amazing work at Wavefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ryan, for joining us in council today. And I echo the thanks of sharing your lived experience with us. You mentioned using public transit. The mayor sits on the Mayor's TransLink Council to represent the city of Vancouver. I'm curious if you have other suggestions on how we might improve the experience of whether it be buses or the Canada Line, Expo Line, any kind of public transit.
Well, like all I can say is it's very, very challenging for a deafblind person to commute, to use the transit service as it exists now. There are lots and lots of barriers. I would like to see much more visual information. I think it was back in 2010, before the Olympics. We had some kind of blue light with a white background that indicated when the SkyTrain was arriving, or at least which line was arriving. So that color combination worked well. Right now, it's gone to a different color combination. And so I think it's, white on white, or it's very difficult to catch, it's very difficult to see. So I believe the color combination for that kind of signage needs to be easy to recognize, at a distance that's not too far away, at a height that's not onerous. I think transportation like that would help with people who are deaf or deafblind, if they had maybe an app on their phone that would indicate you're arriving at your stop, or this is the next stop. So it would be, visual, or it would be based on a vibration. I think that's something that would be of help to this segment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Writing that down. Thank you very much. So Ryan, thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us today. I really appreciate it. Once again, I learned quite a bit and have a couple of notes to take to TransLink. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list for this item. And would someone like to move a motion?
Oh, can I just add one other thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mayor?
Absolutely.
I wanted to say something about seniors and housing, and I totally believe that that's an area that needs a lot of attention. In my case, I've gone to extended care facilities, and at those places there are deaf-blind individuals. Unfortunately, they're the minority, if not the only person in the center like that, that either relies on what I'm calling today as tactile, which is hand over hand, and I've just given you a bit of a demonstration, so I'll just use the interpreter. I would communicate this way because I wouldn't be able to see. So it's very tactile based. But in these long-term care facilities, they haven't a clue as to how to accommodate or to include their residents in their programming and so on. I mean, our language is a different language. It would be wonderful if we had places where, deaf individuals, instead of now living in isolation in long-term care facilities, but actually could live in a program that was suited for them, and they were greater in numbers. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion? Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I'll just again say a huge thank you to the staff and community who have done this work. The point that was made around the provincial legislative requirements being to have a plan, not necessarily to implement that plan, and to kind of be compliant rather than accessible, are really sticking with me. And I appreciate especially the line that the plan is just the beginning of this work. So I'm very happy to support this work, and also just wanted to name and recognize that actually the meaning and impact of it will be in how well we resource it, and our own accountability and accountability to people with disabilities in this city in terms of adequately resourcing it, so that we're not just in compliance with the provincial legislation, but that we're actually supporting the whole range of changes that this committee and other committees and residents continue to tell us are needed in order to truly be an accessible city. So happy to support this work, grateful for everything that's gone into it, and especially interested in and committed to how we continue to resource it to make it meaningful. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have posted an amendment to the recommendations, so I'm wondering if we can go to the amendment queue.
Great. So seconded. Is there any discussion?
Sorry. Yes. So the amendment to the motion here is in response.
Your mic's not on.
Mic on?
No, it is.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were in response to some of the comments that were made regarding the compensation. I felt that it would be important that we actually do look at other accessibility committees that are also falling under the requirements of the Accessible British Columbia Act. And take a look at what other prescribed organizations and municipalities are doing, so with the goal to make sure that Vancouver is most definitely making sure that the committee members are compensated appropriately. So I think the language reflects that, and I'm hoping that other councillors will support this amendment.
Right. Well, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm happy to support this amendment, particularly after listening to Jacques and recognizing that the distinguishing difference between this provincially mandated and regulated committee and its role in terms of oversight and guidance around the implementation of our accessibility strategy. And that's why I asked a question in follow-up to really understand what you were looking for. And so I'm happy to support this. I think it's the right thing to do and look forward to a report back from our staff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, also happy to support this. I think very good points were raised today by Jacques and by Ryan, and about the important insight that they bring to this role, and the fact that these committees are prescribed, they are mandatory, and they are informing our accessibility strategies. So I certainly think it's worth looking at what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of fair compensation for those roles. So I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much. Right. Seeing no other comments, I guess we'll bring it to a vote. And this is a vote on the amendment. Great. And it passes unanimously with Councillor Montague absent. That's the amendment. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Klassen, are you done?
Yeah,
I'm done. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just offer a few closing comments on this report. I want to thank staff and all the members of our Volunteer Advisory Committee and the task force and others who have been involved in developing this work. I want to note one of the things that really stood out for me is that that this is not only a priority, but there's certainly some gaps, and it was acknowledged that whether it be financial gaps or whether it be operationally. And so we have some work to do, but the first step in doing that work is actually having a plan and having a strategy and making a commitment to doing that work. And that is certainly what we're seeing today with having the passage of the strategy previously last term, but the operationalizing of the reporting back on a number of priorities that we've identified as a council. I do want to also acknowledge that I think as an able-bodied person, these when I broke my foot, it became much more apparent to me as the physical disabilities, some of the barriers that we had in our city. And it wasn't until such a time that I recognized that as I was trying to navigate some of our streets and sidewalks and other things that we heard today from Ryan about being deaf and blind and some of the other considerations that are different. And so just acknowledging, and it's already been identified, is that we really need to really shift our system. And people don't need to conform to the system needs to change for people. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And it's really fantastic, both to Jacques and Ryan coming today and speaking to us directly about your experiences. We need to hear that. And it was such a privilege to hear from you today. So just acknowledging that. But look forward to continuing this work. And I know that we will make significant progress as we work together over the next number of years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, let's bring it to a vote. Right, and so we are voting on the accessibility strategy implementation. Is that correct? Yeah. Awesome, great. And the request to speak, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Oh, it's for after.
Oh, it's for after. Thank you. Got a little ahead of it. So the vote passes unanimously with Councillor Montague absent. So now, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have a point of procedure, and that is that when we amended or moved earlier to extend to 12:30, we didn't specifically say for this item. We just said to 12:30, and so I'm just wondering, because we have 4 speakers, I understand, on the line for the next item that have been waiting since 9 something this morning, whether or not we have the opportunity to hear those speakers on the next report, as opposed to them having to wait and come back at 3 o'clock.
And so that's a question to me. So
Yeah, it's a procedural question, because if I understood correctly, there was no language that we extend to 12:30 to finish the item. It was just that we extend to 12:30. I think it was implied, but so I'm looking for clarification there, because I understand we do have 4 speakers that are waiting for the next item.
Clerk, can I ask a couple of questions? Yeah, okay, so the purpose of the extension was just to make sure that we had this issue covered. Now, we don't know if all the speakers are still online, and it's really up to council whether they want to entertain doing this, keeping the extension to 12:30, or we can cut it off here and then come back at 3.
I understand that the majority of them are in-person speakers, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Are they still here?
I received a note to that effect.
Let me just confer with the clerk.
Mayor, I understand 3 of them are waiting downstairs and have been downstairs since 9 o'clock.
Sure. They are waiting downstairs, and so if we want to entertain having.
So I'd like to move that we continue to hear.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor
Speakers.
Joe, all in favor say aye. Sure.
Which is maybe a point of information, but is the proposal to vary the agenda to hear from speakers before the presentation from staff? Otherwise, my understanding is we would start with a presentation from staff and questions to staff, and then the speakers, which we may not get to it by 12:30. So just wondering what the actual plan is.
Yeah, evidently there's no presentation, so we can go straight to speakers.
Is there an opportunity to ask questions of staff?
Yes, there will be.
Just a point of,
So we can vary the agenda if we want to.
sorry to interrupt. Point of information, I'm also not clear on what we're doing here. Are we
Hold on. Oh, there's a queue here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yep. Okay, so this is a new sensation here. So Councillor Kirby-Young.
Just to clarify, because I didn't quite have a chance to finish the motion before we were acting but on it. But my motion was understanding that there is no presentation from staff, that we move to hear the speakers on report 2, and then defer questions to staff, debate and decision until after the break.
And so my question to the clerk as a point of procedure, can we vary the agenda to hear speakers and then we hear the present, or we can ask questions to staff after? Okay. So then, I guess to follow up in Councillor Kirby Young's motion, is that what we want to do? Yeah, cool. So Councillor Dominato.
Mayor, I was just going to try to recap what I thought the motion was, and I'm happy to support it. I do have a hard stop at 12:30, so I'll just be leaving at 12:30 at that time. But I'm happy to support the motion. I think it makes sense to hear the speakers, given that they're here.
Thank you,
Thank you.
very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also was just clarifying what the full motion before we moved to a vote. So happy to support varying the agenda on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Likewise, happy to support. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much. And myself, more than happy to support the motion. I do have a hard stop at 12:30 as well. And so let's get to the will we vote on this now? Oh, okay, great. So can we just vote on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Great. The motion passes. So a little bit more Tetris here. Okay, so I would like, we're gonna go to our speakers. So this is just a reminder that speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I'll also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted in the speakers list. Now, we will now hear from the first registered speaker, Terry Smith. Terry? Come on. Hey, Terry. Sorry. That's all good. You just used up 4.5 minutes of your 5 minutes there.
Yeah, I'll talk real fast, all right?
It's great seeing you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Really appreciate your flexibility in allowing us to speak first before allowing Grace to do her presentation. My name is Terry Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the West End Business Improvement Association. We represent approximately 650 businesses and commercial property owners across our 3 commercial streets of Davie, Denman, and Robson. So I'm here to speak to you today about a 2% property tax shift from commercial side to the residential side over the next 4 years. The West End businesses serve the surrounding local community and support a vibrant, walkable neighborhood for residents and visitors alike. However, following the adoption of the West End Community Plan a decade ago, the rezoning, skyrocketing property values, and associated redevelopment pressures have changed the landscape of our commercial streets. We have seen a 3-fold increase in vacancies over this time period, not to mention the loss of many small businesses and hotels. I'm sure many of you remember the highly profiled closure of Chocolate Mousse. Following the 2022 City of Vancouver storefront inventory report, the West End is currently sitting at a 9% vacancy rate, which is hovering in the unhealthy range.
Sorry, Terry, can I interrupt for 1 sec? The camera's not, oh, there we go. We're good now. You can continue.
Everything's
the camera
okay?
wasn't on you.
Oh, that's okay. sorry, I was just saying, so we're sitting at a 9% vacancy rate, which is hovering in the unhealthy range. The development potential redevelopment program would have been very much of assistance 10 years ago in the West End. We are pleased to see that around 50 of our businesses did qualify this year. And while we are thankful to staff and council for implementing this important program to address the redevelopment potential, we must recognize its limitations as well. And also note that any savings realized by eligible commercial properties are redistributed and reabsorbed amongst the same class. So while some save, other businesses do pay more. Inequitable property taxation has long been a challenging issue from both a municipal and provincial standpoint. Sorry, I just lost my spot. However, it has never appropriately been addressed from a long-term perspective. Municipally, it should be noted that commercial properties contribute 41% of the city's property taxes, but pay on average 3.4 times more in property taxes than residents, and they represent a very small proportion of taxable properties across the city. Across BC and Canada, Vancouver residents have the lowest property tax rates and pay the lowest property taxes on comparably valued properties. City services like water and garbage collection are also covered in their taxes, unlike businesses, which pay a premium for such services. The disparity of service consumption and amount of property taxes paid between the commercial and the residential class is significant. Obtain healthy and vital commercial high streets and walkable neighborhoods throughout Vancouver, there must be a shift in the level of taxation facing neighborhood small businesses. They are the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our communities and contribute to the overall highest livability. I'm going to conclude by saying that a city that is truly open for business is contingent on fair and equitable property taxation, but not in isolation of other tools, strategies, and policies. We need a culture within City Hall that reflects a pro-business approach and is embedded across all departments as well as empowered within staff. Being business-friendly also means addressing the short and long-term viability and success of small business through the prioritization of strong and robust economic development strategy, the reduction of unnecessary fees and red tape, streamlined permitting and licensing processes, as well as increased city service levels that make a visible difference on our commercial streets, our laneways, and our neighborhoods. Once again, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Terry. Now, you do have some questions, so Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Terry. Nice to see you. And I want to acknowledge that the curation of the BIAs that have showed up do reflect those sort of small local businesses that we really do cherish and want to support. So I'm wondering if you could give, round out a little bit more color with what this tax shift would mean for the typical West End local serving small business. What's the dollar-ish figure that this would reflect?
I don't know the dollars and cents. I know that it would be, from our perspective, a really good signal coming from council that this is a council that wants to see small business thrive, because we know it isn't just property tax. Our businesses are facing so many compounding issues, from increasing fees, cost of doing business, shortage of labor, supply chain issues. It's everything that's happening on our commercial streets. It's just one small thing that I think is something the city can do to support business in and amongst all of the others.
So in the last term, I was one of a bare majority of councillors that voted in support.
You did.
Yes.
Thank you.
And what we did then, though, was a phased approach rather than a straight up 2%.
We asked for over 4 years, so it'd be 0.5%.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
First year.
I didn't get the briefing. I just got the social media pings.
Yeah, we recognize this is not an easy ask when we're talking about a 10.7% property tax hike for residents and businesses. So it wasn't something that we were wanting to put additional pressure on our residents.
Sure. Now, the one thing I struggle with here too is the idea of speculation and empty businesses. And we know, I know, for instance, in the West End, there are a number of spots that have just perpetually set empty. Do you worry that this approach might kind of incentivize folks who are just sitting on empty properties and aren't productively contributing? Should we have some kind of mechanism to?
I think we need to think about the unintended consequences of that before we go and just impose some type of commercial vacancy tax. I think there's a lot of factors for why some properties remain vacant. There is some foreign ownership issues as well, which, are not helpful. But it's hard to create blanket policies in cases like that when we don't fully know what the,
But there is, I mean, you're acknowledging that there is an issue.
Yep.
And we could maybe look a little bit deeper on, if I can paraphrase, yeah?
It's a
blanket
difficult
policy,
one
but
because
take a
I find that we often try and pit commercial property owners against businesses. And so we're not looking at the underlying issues as we should. So fair and equitable taxation is one thing, and it isn't just the city, it's also the municipality, it's not just the municipality, it's also the province. So we have to be working at both levels to address the issues. And I'm not sure that a commercial vacancy tax is the right way.
I think I just stepped in.
We're at time. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Awesome.
Thank you.
The next person, next speaker we have is Wally Warglet. Oh, he's online. He's not online? Okay. So then the next speaker we have is Patricia Barnes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you. Obviously, I'm here with the same message. I represent the Hastings North Business Improvement Association. You're all aware of what's going on in my neighborhood right now. The vacancy tax report from the City of Vancouver showed us at an 11.5% vacancy rate in our neighborhood. That has gone up, and not surprisingly, given what's going on in the neighborhood. And it's not healthy, and it's not good for our area. It's not good for the sustainability issues that we're facing. It's not good for walkability. It's not good for the residents in my neighborhood. The one thing I can say about, and I think many neighborhoods can say about the residents, is they have been incredible over COVID. They have supported our small businesses. They have come out. They have really shown how much they care about having those services along Hastings Street and having that social connection and having that ability to support the entrepreneurs and recognizing that we are small business. Many of ours are owner operators, and they're having a hard time surviving, and we're seeing that as evidenced by the vacancy rate. We know, as Terry said, property tax is one of the issues we have to look at. We understand that there is a feeling right now that you don't necessarily want to move ahead with a shift, especially understanding that we had a large property tax increase this time. But again, we're asking for 2% over 4 years. We see that as a real signal. We realize that it will not be welcomed by all residents, but I think you'll find many residents understand. They understand that to be a livable neighborhood, to be everything they want to be, they need to have those small businesses there, and they are suffering. And they also understand, we talk about this, and again, I also would like to thank staff and council for the Property Development Relief Program. We still don't know exactly where that's landing right now, and we know it's a pilot, and we know that it is a very important piece of the strategy, but it is a piece of the strategy. And I think that's one of the things why we're saying it needs to be an economic development lens that we take to this city, that we look at what's going on. It can be part of accessibility, part of equity, part of reconciliation, part of so many things that are the goals of this city, plus economic development, because that helps every single person in this city is economic development. We'd like to see that lens taken. We'd like to see a deep strategy that looks at everything, looks at how we support businesses in this city, and we see this shift as part of that strategy, but not the only piece of that strategy. So to me, it is about economic development. It is about the city now looking at business, being open for business, and really being serious about how we support our small businesses and make sure they're vibrant and make sure that Surrey doesn't steal everybody from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions, by the way. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. This is a question I've asked you in other contexts too, but I'm wondering if you can speak to suggestions about how we can make sure we're sort of targeting wherever possible small and local businesses that make up the life of our main streets, rather than seeing more of this benefit go to gas stations and big box stores and the like.
Well, I think that's where your strategy comes in. We all recognize that property tax is a very blunt instrument, and it's very difficult to really narrow that down when we're looking at businesses. I think there are other ways to support small business as part of any kind of strategy. We look at permits, we look at processing times, we look at incentives, we look at how we ensure that entrepreneurs actually can exist. We look at zoning. We look at what's going on in my neighborhood, for example. So I think I'm getting to the point where I'm going to have every corner in my neighborhood torn down and redeveloped, and those businesses are not coming back. I have one property owner developer that talked to a business and said, we would like to hold this space for you. We would like you to come back and be part of this neighborhood. We can offer you the same rent in the new building you were paying in the old building. And their question is, how do I last for 3 years without a retail space? It's not workable. It doesn't work. So we really have to take a look at what our overall goal is for this city and understand that when we're facing development and we're looking at new development, it is way more expensive because of all the costs going into development. And many of our businesses can't come back. They can't afford the rent, and they can't wait 3 years. They have to leave the community. So yes, property tax is not necessarily the instrument for that, but I think it is part of the strategy.
We're well over time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again. Awesome. Okay, the next speaker we have is Neil Wiles. Neil.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hate following Patricia. She's so good. Okay. I think it's part of our job every year to come here and to seek this shift. And I think that the 3.4% sort of ratio gets bandied about quite a bit. But that's not directly an apple-to-apple comparison because businesses pay for so much more on the side, right? The water, the garbage. One of my businesses just got his container license agreement fees. It was $5,000. There's a 40% markup coming from the waste hauler, but that's a different topic. We have over 11% vacancy in my area right now. Broadway line is certainly an extenuating circumstance, but it's still up there in everywhere else. When these businesses go, they're done. They're not waiting. They're not coming back. We know the lady at the subway there, down just off of Yukon Street, exhausted her savings, went into lines of credit. Like, she's not coming back. It's done. We lost 2 small hotels in our area, one to an SRO and the other one to a development. Those aren't coming back. They'll never come back. I mean, we're at a deficit of hotel rooms and they're gone. There's no way that anyone can afford to do those again. I do want to acknowledge one thing, and I want to say thank you to Grace and Patrice and her team for the Development Potential Relief Program. It's great. It's a pilot. It's been a long time coming. Looking forward to seeing the results. Looking forward to seeing sort of more businesses being able to access that. But it is in early stages. We don't know the results yet. And we need to be clear that any savings that one property might get because of the highest and best use and a relief from the air is picked up by the other businesses. It's not a savings to the class, right? So everyone else is picking up those costs, and we need to wait and see sort of what that entails and how much that is before we sort of rest on our laurels there. But we should never stop making sure that the disparity between what businesses pay and what businesses get isn't. We need to keep our foot on that for a long time. Triple net is not the issue. Right? We've heard that, this is the triple net, gross net. It's not the issue. It's the amount of money, and do want to thank you for allowing us to come and speak to this, because I know that the city only represents a portion of that total tax bill, and those other taxing authorities, they just stick it to us and never allow us to come and plead our case. So thank you for that. That's it. There we go. Just in time for 12:30. Have a great day.
Test 1 2. Check 1 2.
Last night I was on the couch and I remember saying, should I have a second chocolate? Right. And then I bit into it and I felt I have to be really careful.
Got a bottle of whiskey.
Hi, how can you hear me? Hello, how can you hear me?
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
Because I've been asking about mine for months. Do I have an existing outlet?
Okay, we are back in business and we have quorum. Sort of. Everyone can take their seats. That'd be great. So we have just to where we left off, a recommendation. The recommendation has been moved with an amendment by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young is going to introduce that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So starting from the top, I wanted to appreciate the advocacy of the BIAs who do a great job in bringing forward issues in their communities. I will acknowledge that last term, I moved a 2% tax shift, and that was supported by several councillors. Today, they're sitting in the chamber, Councillor Fry, Carr, if I recall correctly, Boyle and Dominato, and passed by a narrow margin, I think, at 6-5. And for some context around why we did the 2% at that time, we had very few tools that we could offer, and we needed to show support to our business community. But we do know that taxation is a very blunt instrument, and that at the time, the key issue was split tax assessment, and a lot of small businesses sitting on properties where they were getting taxed on the air above what you call split tax assessment or the unrealized potential. And so while waiting for that, we moved that 2% tax shift, partly to show that sign of support, recognizing it wasn't very many dollars. I think based at the time on $1 million property, once that 2% was fully in effect, it would be about $181 savings a year. But the other part was continuing the trajectory over the last 20 years towards lowering the tax ratio per $1,000 of assessed value, which has gone down substantively now. It's gone down from about $18 about 20 years ago, around the late 90s, 1998, to less than $5 per, but it was also to ensure that Vancouver was competitive with other cities. And while we were less than some cities like New Westminster and others, we were still higher than Surrey and Richmond, I believe, at the time. So fast forward, we now find ourselves in a different economic environment. We have had a historic high property tax increase of 10.7%, which is very difficult. And it happened, unfortunately, because of the extraordinary economic environment and the inflationary pressures that we find ourselves in, but it's very difficult for affordability for residential taxpayers who are getting hit at the grocery store, at the pump, and all their day-to-day life expenses. And so if we do the shift, that 10.7% would shift to up to 14.43% for residential taxpayers, which we just think is not sustainable. Having said that, I will acknowledge we've done a lot of investment towards the business community in terms of things like additional sanitation, public safety, supporting vibrancy in our neighborhoods, patios, looking forward to supporting events, planning processes to bring vibrancy forward, and I think we'll continue to do a lot of that work. So I would point out, whether it was the increased sanitation or others, that we have been making additional investments to provide value for the dollars that the businesses are paying. The last thing I'll say is that we also finally got the tool for the Development Relief Potential Program to address that highest and best use air tax issue. Just implemented a pilot last month. And that has far more significant impact. It's not a blunt instrument, it's a surgical tool. You can provide the relief to the businesses that really need it the most. And some of the examples we saw from staff was a restaurant in Marpole that would save almost $13,000 in a year, or a restaurant in Kitsilano, $4,000. Something like Treble Studios that would save, supporting some of the arts and culture uses, about $12,000. And we've put that in as a pilot. We'll learn a lot from that and hopefully have the ability to continue to refine that over time. So a lot of steps have been taken. Having said that, the last thing I will add is that it is really important, and I think we've stated this a number of times, to make evidence-based decisions. It's always great to get the expert advice back. And as I asked the question earlier, Council has convened a Property Tax Policy Review Commission to assess the city's tax policy, both in terms of competitiveness with with neighboring municipalities, for example, as well as the efficacy of mitigation tools, recognizing that we want to support our small businesses to stay healthy and stay in our city. And so for that reason, moving the recommendation report with this additional amendment that suggests that we do reconvene that property tax policy to do that review, and staff do establish terms of reference for that so that we can get a sense of where we sit and we can make some more thoughtful decisions moving forward. But I'll just close by saying this is not the right time right now to shift the burden onto residential taxpayers who are really overloaded. And we will continue to engage in those conversations in terms of how we can support businesses. And again, mentioned a number of those efforts, but it could be working on prioritizing increased permitting, all those things that add layers and costs to doing business in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, over to Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And I realize that we've missed our opportunity to ask questions of staff. So I'm wondering, Chair, if through you I can ask a couple of questions of staff on this?
Yes, through a point of information.
Perfect, thank you. So my first is now we've heard from the BIAs about this 2% tax shift from commercial to residential. And I realize there's a lot of detail in this report and stuff, and I'm just wondering if you could just give us a sense of what that actually looks like in dollars on an average, if you've kind of extrapolated that at all.
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. It would be quite difficult to talk about on a per property basis, in particular on the commercial side. You know that some properties, there are like $60 million assessed value. Some of them, they're like $4 million. It will be a little bit hard for me to talk about. But in terms of, are you talking about like half a percentage shift or
well, let's just say we did contemplate this 2% shift that's been talked about. What would that mean for like the typical, say, $2 million single family home?
A single family home. If the 2% shift is going to be done all in one go in 1 year, I may not have the dollar value in my head, but it will basically practically instead of a 10.7% increase in the property tax, it will become 14.23% over 1 year.
And it's just because my math skills are not there, and I know you are.
Sorry, do you have the number?
Better at this than I am?
I'm worse than you.
No, you can't. Don't say that.
Yeah, can we report back? Sorry.
Oh, sure, yeah, because I realize that it's very inexact, and I'm just trying to get a sense because I percentages and all that kind of thing is a bit over my head to calculate on the fly. Okay, so while we're waiting on that, the tax share, the 57% versus the 43%, what does that look like? And again, I realize in the report that it's not an exact science and there's multiple variables, but on average, how does that compare to other municipalities like Surrey or Burnaby or?
It's actually in the report.
Oh, is it?
If you go to page 5, figure 1. So Vancouver, since 2001, we used to, commercial business class used to have or shoulder 54.2% of the tax levy overall. After all these years of successive councils' tax shift initiative, right now we are at 40.2%. Still, we're higher than other municipalities, but when you look at the improvement over the last 2 decades, we have the most improvement in a way. And the other thing I was just going to caution maybe council is that just purely looking at the tax share for Class 6, it doesn't really paint the whole picture because each municipality, they have a different assessment mix between residential and commercial. Some of them, they may have a more kind of industrial base versus some other municipalities. So I think this is a metric that we look at, but it shouldn't be looked at it in isolation.
Sure, yeah, and presumably there's different percentages of business relative to residential.
Exactly, yeah.
Relative to industrial and all that, and different municipalities. Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate this is somewhat inexact. And I know we're still waiting on that guesstimate, but you know what, in the meantime, look at this, well, here we go.
Yeah, for a $2 million home, the increase will be $115 more a year.
115?
115.
Okay.
That being said, rarely you see a single family home is actually kind of $2 million and lower. Yeah. So I think you're looking at a tad more, and some of the condos, they're also in the I would say 1 point something, $2 million range, so it's roughly there.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that's a on-the-fly guesstimate, so thank you very much for that. Chair, I submitted an amendment to this amendment, maybe.
Sure, and just for process to make sure everybody's clear, so these are, Councillor Kirby-Young moved the recommendations with additional language, so we'll be moving to an amendment Q1 to amend the original recommendations with the additional language. Councillor Fry, you're free to introduce your amendment.
To Councillor Kirby-Young's new language, and it's a third clause, really just further in terms of reference to the commission that the tax commission, include an assessment and possible recommendations on how the city's property tax policy and tax share approach could support vibrant local serving small business districts without incentivizing the holding or hoarding of vacant and otherwise non-productive investment properties, including but not limited to targeted vacancy tax. We've nibbled around the edges talking about vacancy tax for commercial properties, and certainly talking to Terry Smith from the West MBIA, there is some work to be done around that, and I think that that's something that bears further conversation. Certainly as I look around some of our more vibrant commercial districts, it's always frustrating to see perpetually empty properties that are just being held by deep-pocketed investors, and I would hate to see any kind of, I just think that there's an opportunity to have another look at maybe what we could do to better target some of those kind of investment holdings that ultimately undermine the fabric and vitality of our small business, local serving retail districts.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. We do need a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Boyle, thank you very much, and Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Sure, happy to support it. This is a concern that we're hearing in neighborhoods across Vancouver and beyond. And I think considering the proposal to regather the commission, which I also support doing, that including this concern as part of the scope of the work we're asking them to do makes sense. It certainly is a key issue that we regularly hear from residents in terms of the vibrancy of these areas. And again, as we all know, there's no one silver bullet solution to any of piece of these challenges, but happy to support including a look at this recommendation as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm going to speak in support of the amendment by Councillor Fry, and I'll make it brief. I'm supportive of it because we have seen the effectiveness in terms of the empty homes tax in ensuring that homes are not left empty or used for any other reason, but that they are occupied. And we did after the first year we implemented the empty homes tax, we saw a significant decrease in the number of vacancies. So I think having the commission look at this, or the task force look at this, is I think a really good idea, so we can get a report back on their estimation of whether this would have the same effect, because no one likes the empty stores. Certainly in the West End, it's been, well, in every community, it's been a problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I just have a quick question. I see Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah.
The amendment?
I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you to staff in terms of, because I know staff are going to be drafting up terms of reference for this commission if this passes overall. I wonder if staff can advise how they would read this, because there's language in there. There's lots of language in here. There's language in here around vibrant, locally serving small business districts, and then there's also language around non-productive investment properties, which could be much larger scope of buildings, commercial, industrial, et cetera. So I'm wondering if staff can provide some context to how they read this.
That's through the chair to staff. Thank you.
Thanks. Chair, I mean, obviously, we're just seeing this now as well. So there are a couple of objectives kind of set out there, and I think we would do our best to build those in, but I'm not sure if Grace has any additional comments you want to make to that.
Yeah, it's very similar to what Paul just said. I think we will include all these in the scope of work. I guess the intent, as I understand, is to really kind of say, on the one hand, to really incentivize and really make the business vibrant, but at the same time, not reducing the carrying cost too much, in particular to those investment properties, so that it's almost incentivizing property owners not to utilize the property and just kind of sit there. Is that the intent? I understand the intent. I think we can include that in the scope of work as well.
But just by way of clarity, are you envisioning this is looking at all properties, not just small, local serving small business districts, but it's also looking at, like, investment properties is very broad. It could be, it doesn't specifically say business. It doesn't say necessarily commercial or industrial. It says investment properties. So is it the full gamut of both value and classification type that you would be looking at based on this language?
How I read it is anything non-residential, if that is the intent, as I understand.
So pretty broad.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Councillor Klassen.
Microphone on. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still trying to, I support the intent of this. I'm just, I think we're all trying to be really clear as to how broadly this would affect other commercial properties here. I'm sorry. I guess what I'm just trying to figure out is, are we, with the recommendations here, potentially hold the commission to implementing an empty commercial property or empty stores tax? That's what I'm trying to determine here.
Is that a point of information?
That's a point of information, yes.
Okay, through you to the city manager?
Is that to me or the mover? Sorry.
Sorry, pardon me, Paul?
Is that to staff?
Yes, sorry, that's, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the clarification. I wouldn't read it that way. It does include a reference to a vacancy tax. I think there's questions around the city's jurisdiction to actually do that, which would be part of the assessment that presumably the commission with input from staff would consider and report back to council on.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have one other clarification question through you, Chair, if I could, to the city manager, and I don't know if this will require a question of legal, perhaps a recess, depending on who's available, but it says targeted vacancy tax, and so I think what we're talking about, I'm interpreting again based on language that the intent might be an empty store tax, but then it says targeted vacancy tax, but I'm thinking about our empty homes tax, which is just to homes. We don't target to certain types of homes, like if it's a condo versus if it's a house, et cetera. So I'm wondering, do we even have the ability legally to target specific types of businesses, like if somebody's in a smaller type of building for retail versus in a multi-story building? Legally, can we do a targeted vacancy tax on commercial to that level?
Right now, my understanding is the city doesn't have jurisdiction to implement a vacant property tax, but this is the type of thing that we would be consulting with law and reporting back as part of the assessment. It's very difficult for us to give kind of that type of detailed advice in response to a motion, and the motion just calls for an assessment, so that would be one of the aspects of the assessment.
So follow up on that is that I guess that we don't know at this point, so we could be asking for something that's not. Do we have any legal available to comment?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend giving legal advice in public in response to a motion like this. The motion calls for an assessment, and that's the work that would be done in response.
Okay, so lots of considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. While I know I can't pose through you a question to the mover of the amendment, I would be interested in providing that opportunity to Councillor Fry to maybe expand on the intent, given that I think what councillors are asking is this driving at trying to have an empty storefront tax and vacancy tax? And so I don't know if Councillor Fry wants to elaborate. And
so that's a point of information to the mover of the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, great. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, that certainly could be one of the considerations. I think the objective here is to really look at how we can distinguish those sort of opportunities, and also recognizing that the tax shift is not just class 6 business other contemplated in there. I think it also includes industrial and other forms of class assessment. So I think that there's a pretty broad bucket there to take a look at, and how we can better, I mean, I don't want to name specific examples of properties that I'm aware of that are sitting moribund and vacant, and to the detriment of local serving kind of retail high streets. And I think that that it's worth taking a look at. So that's the intention.
Thank you. Chair, may I just ask one more question through you to the mover of the amendment? And that is, would it be fair to extrapolate from that that also some of those considerations of the commission might be to look at ways to incent those property owners to ensure that those storefronts are best utilized in a way that benefits the community and supports small business?
I think that's within that realm, yeah. I think the key is that it's the hoarding of otherwise non-productive investment properties. So to my mind, a productive investment property could still be an investment holding, but might actually yield some kind of public benefit or some kind of contribution to the fabric of our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm still having some trouble to understand this amendment to the amendment. So for this item, we're talking about distribution of property tax levy. Why all of a sudden we are moving to a empty store tax now? I'm still a little bit confusing. So I want to ask a point of information through you, Chair, to the mover of this amendment.
So I'm just gonna pause this there because that's getting into debate in terms of the intent of moving the motion rather than clarifying language in the motion. So I'm not going to allow that one, Councillor Zhou. Just you can ask specifics about the motion itself, but not necessarily the intent. And I think that was answered in Councillor Dominato's question as well.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick follow-up question, and that is through, or to the city manager, related to this motion. It's fairly broad in nature, although it does name a possible tax share approach that could support local serving businesses, and we're talking about a property. We're talking about the property taxation distribution. Generally speaking, could this be interpreted as looking at investment properties that are also residential.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I read it the same way as I think Grace, that we understand the intent as applying to non-residential.
Non-residential. Okay.
It doesn't explicitly say that, but that's what we understand the intent to be. So subject to any other clarification from.
I appreciate that, noting that the non-productive investment properties is a pretty broad label that could warrant both commercial and residential. So as long as the intent is commercial, okay. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just submitted an amendment to the amendment. It's a very simple one. It's actually just removing the last part, the clause that says including but not limited to targeted vacancy tax. Simply because I think in this economic environment right now, I'm not even getting close to the idea that we would be creating a vacancy tax for small business and commercial property owners right now. And so I think it would be fine, the Councillor Fry's motion go forward with the idea that we can ask the Commission to broaden its scope a little bit and start looking at ways of looking at best use for properties. But I'm just uncomfortable with us putting forward any recommendation around a vacancy tax. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm actually going to move us to an amendment Q2, and those that would like to speak to the amendment, please add yourself to the queue. And we'll need a seconder before we move ahead. Okay, Councillor Meisner, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I am okay with the amendment to the amendment. It does strike the part that I was concerned about, which is the prospect of an empty storefront tax. I think we've seen, based on some of our storefront vacancy reports recently, that there is difficulty for some landlords to rent out spaces in particular neighborhoods and high streets, and I don't want to do anything to hinder that further. I also think that, and I know from speaking with many of these landlords, that they really do want to rent out those spaces. It's not an issue of them hoarding, although I'm not, denying that that does happen occasionally, but I don't think, in my experience, that it's a widespread problem. So I'm supportive of the amendment to the amendment, as it removes some of the language that I was concerned about, because I do not support an empty storefront tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll support this amendment in the interest of moving things along. But to be clear, I do support a theoretical empty storefront tax if it was judiciously applied and appropriately applied. But I think that by striking this inclusion of the potential of a targeted vacancy tax, it doesn't implicitly exclude it. It just does not include it. So I'm okay with this amendment just to move things along. Thanks,
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, I also want to support this amendment to amendment because I think this whole amendment is to leaving the commission to make some decisions and coming up some recommendations instead of being prescriptive. So, I really like, striking out the last part of this amendment to amendment. So I'm going to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Zhou. And coming to the end of the list, we can go to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So that does take us back to the original amendment as amended. And Councillor Meisner, we have Councillor Klassen on the floor.
So just so I can see the screen here, this is the original with the amendment.
Yeah.
I'll just close by just simply saying that I support the amended motion. And I want to just acknowledge the work that this council has been doing. We have now established regular interactions and meetings. We promised to conduct quarterly meetings with all the BIA groups that came together. That started a few months ago. We have also, the staff has done the work with the DPRP. I think there's a lot of good things happening, and my sense is that notwithstanding the tax pressure we're facing in 2023, I think we've been really clear that we need to head in a direction where we are in a lower property tax environment. And I know that from my interactions with dealing with the small business community and the leaders of the BIAs, that they have appreciated that and are working very collaboratively with us. So I think this strikes the right balance for what we're trying to do right now, knowing full well that the pressures that our small business operators are facing are significant. But let's work together and make sure that we can strike an incredibly good balance for small businesses and residents of the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Over to Councillor Meisner. I will note we've got 40 minutes before the end of this meeting. We'll continue on, if not completed, I believe on Thursday, so just be mindful of how much time we have right now to complete these items. Councillor Meisner.
Chair. Yeah, I'll be brief. I just want to echo my colleague, Councillor Klassen's comments around relief for businesses. The 2% tax shift a couple of years ago did not necessarily target those small businesses, those arts and culture groups that we really need to help. And this development relief program that we recently passed does. So I think that that's the direction that we need to continue to go in, and we will have more we will continue to work on this because we realize the importance of small businesses to our neighborhoods in terms of employment, in terms of vibrancy, in terms of all the things that make Vancouver great, and we want to do what we can to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And like my colleagues, I'll echo some of the sentiment here. I thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing forward this amendment, particularly as we sort of look forward to the future and engaging a commission as has been done in the past. I think we need to acknowledge it's an incredibly challenging climate right now for many, for residents and businesses. And so I think that that is well understood around this council table. And certainly, as was noted by Councillor Meisner, is that we did move ahead with a 2% tax shift, but it may not have yielded some of the, I think, outcomes that we had hoped for in terms of supporting small businesses. That being said, we did work very hard last term to advocate as an elected council to deal with highest and best use. The recent Bill 28, the Development Potential Relief Program, I would say for the most part tried to address some of those concerns. And to the credit of our staff, they worked very quickly and diligently to respond to that, to offer some relief to small businesses that, as we understand it, is far more targeted than what anything we could do with a tax shift here today. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And I think there's other opportunities as a city, as we focus on city building to support small businesses, whether it's looking at how we do developments in the retail spaces to support some of the smaller businesses, co-location, but also just supporting and encouraging people back into our downtown core, addressing the concerns around public safety so that our businesses are supported and encouraged to shop local. But just acknowledge it is complex and appreciate the advocacy of our BIA partners. And so I'm happy to support the amendment on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to check that we're on an amendment queue and not on the full motion. Great. That's it for now.
That's it? Okay, great. We can go to a vote. We're voting on the amended amendment. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So that does take us back to the main recommendations as amended. And we have Councillor Fry on the queue.
Oh, that's good. I was to introduce that amendment. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So I also circulated an amendment, and maybe I'll start by saying I'm very happy to support the amendment that was moved with the original motion about a commission. Well, I'll pause. Do you want to move us to an amendment?
So we can, so just 1 second. I'm just not seeing the amendment. Do we have it up? Okay, so so this is the amendment. You're welcome to introduce, but I also need a seconder before we go to an amendment.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Boyle, you can go back on the queue.
Recommendation to reconvene the commission. My main concern on this front continues to be about targeting support to small and local businesses, and that was the concern I raised when this came forward before. I had a number of questions I'd hoped to ask staff about the interplay between these questions of a tax shift and the split assessment. I know we're running out of time, so I will save those questions to be asking them another time. You know, what we heard from BIA leaders, what we know from our work here is that we need a whole ecosystem of supports for small businesses, and there's no one tool that will save them entirely. And I know that it's the interest of everyone on this council to figure out that right balance of the ecosystems of support. Like I said, I had some concerns about this tax shift approach last term. Since then, I've had many conversations with BIAs and business leaders, and particularly, like all of us, have seen the pressures that our small businesses faced through COVID. So I do think this shift spread out over 4 years is an appropriate balance as one tool in that ecosystem, and with feedback and recommendations from the commission can make sure we're doing all of the other pieces as well, so that these small and local businesses, particularly on so many of our commercial high streets that we know are struggling and need the support, are getting it. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Happy to second and support this amendment. I, along with Councillor Carr and Councillor Wiebe at the time, we supported the tax shift back in 2019 and got a lot of guff for it. But I think in retrospect, it was a good move to make. And I think reflecting on, I very much appreciate the work that our staff have done with the province to look at how we can sort of deal with some of those hotspots and assessments. But the reality is that is not across the board, and there's a lot of businesses that aren't getting that targeted tax relief that we have, provided for a lot of businesses. So I talked to almost every business in Chinatown that I talk to are not getting the targeted tax relief by virtue of where they are in the assessment scheme. So I do recognize that we are in a pretty dynamic and changing kind of business, local small retail kind of environment, and that the BIAs are coming to us with an earnest request. I hope that the additional work can set us up on a course that might take a more holistic look at this going forward. I think having the assurance from the guesstimate on the floor of what this might mean for a homeowner, notwithstanding the almost 11% tax increase being proposed, I think this is probably on balance an okay move. So I'll support.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm also speaking in support of this. I was happy to vote in support of the tax shift when it occurred a few years ago, 2019. I really listen when significant members of the business community and the partnership come forward to us to unanimously say, as the speakers did today, that they really implored us to move forward with this. So I'm happy that Councillor Boyle did table this amendment, and that it is only one tool. There are many others, but I'm also pleased that it is done over 4 years, and that was the recommendation that's not only in this amendment, but was also by the speakers that we heard from the BIAs. So yeah, happy to support.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. I wanted to underline some of the principles in terms of why, and I made that amendment last term to move the 2% and why we supported that and not now. And I had said that we didn't have the other tools. Taxation was a surgical instrument, or was a blunt instrument, I should say, versus something more surgical like the development relief potential. And I think we need to remember that that is a pilot. And that is the first iteration. And I think it was mentioned that staff moved in record time to put that in place, but it certainly speaks to addressing the real needs there. And I think that now that we have more flexibility, we can actually put the help where it is most needed. And again, I've got to emphasize, we're 10.7% will go to, we heard 14.43. I said that in my remarks when I introduced with the recommendation of the amendment, and we heard that from staff. And I look back to some of the rationale, and I don't think it's changed. I was just looking at some of the past news articles, one from CBC when council last entertained this in 2019. And Councillor Boyle is moving the amendment now. Last time voted against it, and her rationale was pretty clear at that point, and she said, and I quote, "We heard pretty clearly that what we need is a more targeted approach, and this tax shift gives a whole lot of benefit to businesses that don't need it." During presentations from experts, Councillor Boyle said she learned that a business like Walmart would save almost $15,000 a year, while a small business like a Heartbreaker Salon, say where Councillor Boyle gets her haircut, personal business, I'll skip over that, would save around only $200, and commented that businesses should use its tools in a focused way to benefit small businesses, like implementing a split tax assessment. And I think fortunately we are there now and have the ability to be more surgical. So to me, this is really about precision of tools, logical kind of analysis, trying to identify where the support is most needed, and not forgetting our residential taxpayers and the affordability piece. I think that that is really fundamentally important here. So we're not saying no, like a full no. We're saying not now. And we're saying let's get the information from a tax commission, from experts that can actually provide us with some guidance around how Vancouver sits relatively, and not just this one piece, because I think we mentioned, and I think Councillor Boyle said this also in her remarks introducing it, that there's a whole suite of tools that are important here, and that's what we're looking for, is a holistic overview of things, whether it is things like the DPRP, targeted land averaging, things like the impact in Vancouver of the additional speculation tax. So let's not just tackle one small piece that might be a feel-good piece right now, but I don't think it's a strategic piece. Let's get that fulsome information back. So for that reason, I won't be supporting the amendment, but I wholeheartedly support our BIAs, and they have done some great work over the years in getting this down to a fact where Vancouver is now competitive, much more so than it was previously to other municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of the speakers list. So we'll move to a vote on the amendment. And that motion fails with Councillors Kirby-Young, Dominato, Klassen, Meisner, Zhao, and myself in opposition. So we are now back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks. I'll just say I'm happy to support the rest of the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. And that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. So we will move to a vote on the amended recommendations. Just waiting for two more to vote, please. Councillor Dominato? Pardon me? Sorry, I'm not hearing. Is that a vote? Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Thank you. That motion does pass with unanimous support. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the staff team. We will be moving along to report number 8, Waterworks bylaw exemptions and/or viable exceptions for notable decorative city water features. I also want to remind that report 8 had a correction that was circulated to council yesterday afternoon. The updated report was posted on the website. We have staff from Waterworks here to answer questions. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Councillor, oh, actually, we'll just give a second. I believe we've got, yeah. Okay, Councillor Meisner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, staff, for the quick work on reporting back on this this motion. Summer's coming, so a lot of people in the community are very eager to see these fountains turned back on. So I just had a few questions about some of the recommendations that were made. One, I would like to get a sense of how many of the fountains are currently operationally functional, if we know that, and versus non-functional. So do we have that information?
Great, thank you, Council. Mark Schwartz, Director of Water and Utilities Management and Engineering Services. We have Chad Townsend from the Parks Board that can probably answer that question best on how many fountains are operational and non-operational.
And just to clarify, these are the ones that are shut off. I'm looking for information on how many of those that are currently shut off are non-operational versus operational.
Thank you, Councillor. I can provide those statistics. We issued a memo to our board on Friday evening, and with a list of some 66 features, and and all of them rated as operational or non-operational. So their features are off for different reasons. Compliance is only one. And so amongst the non-compliant features, there are about 20, and they could be turned on. A number of them could be turned on. I think it's approximately about 10. But they're divided into ponds and to fountains and to other features.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, it's not a straightforward answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said that there's other reasons why they're turned off. What would some of those other reasons be?
Well, in the case of some fountains that were designed as recirculating, they simply have had large failures to the equipment. And it's a recirculating system is a fairly complex mechanical system, and so something like Dancing Waters in Queen Elizabeth Park is built in 2007, built as compliant in recirculating, but has had major mechanical failures. It's almost like underneath a swimming pool underneath these features, so it's quite a complex mechanical system.
Would you say that the recirculating ones are more prone to break down than non-recirculating?
They require more maintenance, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a more significant cost to maintain those.
Yes.
And in terms of repairing those, is there budget for that? Allocated for it currently?
We have capital budget, a relatively small capital budget associated with addressing non-recirculating features.
Yeah.
And so addressing can take the form of decommissioning. It could also take the form of converting to recirculating, but roughly a $2 million capital budget won't go very far in terms of converting features to recirculating.
Mm-hmm. When did the park board originally kind of realize that they should possibly convert some of these to recirculating? Because I have to admit, I was surprised when I learned that we had fountains that weren't recirculating. So I'm just wondering how far that goes back.
I'm not sure, Councillor Meisner,
Okay.
but the bylaw was passed in 2011.
2011, okay. One of the suggestions was for park board staff to determine what the criteria would be for determining which fountains have health or wellness benefits. I'm just wondering how they would go about that.
Depending on the council motion today, we would take it back and discuss with colleagues and then discuss with our board too. It's a difficult thing to assess that, and so we would have to look for advice on how to assess that particular part of the motion.
Okay. And I also received information this morning about the possibility of installing timers on the fountains, that was a possibility to limit the water use, say, during the day, for example, when people are around and turn off at night. Do you have any sense of how much that would cost to install one of those timers?
We have timers on a number of features now.
Okay.
Yes, and
Okay.
so it's not impossible. I don't know the exact cost of doing that.
Okay. And one last question, maybe you know the answer to this, maybe you don't, but I've heard from several people who live next to David Lamb Park that the fountain on top of the washrooms, the waterfall, is recirculating, but it's off. Do you know why?
Yes, mechanical failure.
That's mechanical failure. Okay, that's great information.
Designed as recirculating, not operational right now.
Okay, I'm almost at time, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so now we're about to start water restrictions on May 1st. Is that still the targeted plan?
That is correct, yes.
And I think I saw a global report like yesterday that was talking about record droughts that we're expecting for this particular summer. Is that?
I think weather forecasts are kind of a crystal ball, but I think the forecast is for droughts for this year, and the snowpack that we have right now is not as strong as we did last year.
So limited access to water through reservoirs and glacial snowpacks and all that kind of thing does actually, we can predict how much water we may have regardless of how hot it's going to be.
Correct.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, they're saying that we are anticipating water restrictions coming forward.
It all depends how the summer plays out. Stage 1 starts on May 1st, and depending upon how fast the reservoir levels go down, Stage 2, Stage 3, Stage 4 may be implemented. We haven't had beyond Stage 1 since 2015 because of our great water conservation efforts that we've done.
Because of our great water conservation. Okay, so I appreciate that. Now, and when did we start to turn off fountains in a general sense? Is that commensurate with water?
So is the question about civic water fountains or?
Decorative water fountains.
Decorative water fountains. So the non-compliant water fountains were turned off last year, and based on kind of last year's water consumption and kind of the stage 1 extension heading into October. So they were turned off a number of years ago. They were operating, I guess, in non-compliance of the bylaw when it was changed back in 2011.
Okay, so now when we talk, because I'm interested in where the public and environmental health benefits lie in some of these, and I certainly recognize that, for instance, the Butte Greenway, it mitigates the heat island effect on an otherwise concrete plaza close to a senior's residence. But then I look at other fountains like the Peace Fountain at Burrard and Cornwall, where there's very few people generally, and it's not really providing a lot of impact. Do we take any kind of analysis that, like, where the public benefits may lie in?
For cooling, we have different options that we deploy across the city, and the preference across the region is to respond for cooling with misting stations, water fountain access. We have a couple hundred of permanent water fountains and water filling stations across the city, and we do seasonal deployment of temporary water fountains, water filling stations, as well as misting stations. That is a regionally accepted tool for better cooling in the summertime.
Okay, and last question for me. I know when then Commissioners Kupar and Baker were exploring this and advocating for this work, there was a contemplation around sort of sponsors to help retrofit some of these recirculating fountains and exploring sort of private partnerships. Is that has that been a consideration? And
I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure if, Chad, you have any information on.
And to be clear, that was a park board direction. So
yeah, so I'm not sure if, Chad, you have any information.
Councillor Fry, there was actually an inquiry at our park board meeting last night, so we will be looking into that. It is likely that donors would be interested in contributing to the capital costs, but as Councillor Meisner pointed out, the maintenance costs of recirculating features are significant.
Right. Okay. That's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will advance Councillor Carr and then ask my questions last as chair. So, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. My first question has to do with really the restrictions right now that are in the Waterworks, in the Metro Vancouver drinking water conservation plan. That absolutely restrict any, starting in stage 2, not with stage 1, but stage 2 and 3, restrict any topping up or filling aesthetic water features. And so it prohibits those. So have we talked at all to Metro Vancouver about this particular recommendation?
There hasn't been active conversation with Metro Vancouver about this particular motion. The Drinking Water Conservation Plan is a regional plan supported by the member municipalities of Metro Vancouver. If so directed, we could bring this up with Metro Vancouver as part of the next review.
Right. Also continuing around the discussion at Metro Vancouver, the directors at Metro Vancouver have all been informed that water conservation is a serious issue. There's a great concern, of course, about climate change. The predictions are for it is an El Nino year, which is typically a year that can result in severe droughts. It's very different around the world, but the droughts are not necessarily here, but it is very varied. With climate change, it is a significant problem. So have you at all done a calculation on how much water, if these were turned on, in other words, if they were exempt from any bylaws or prohibitions on wasting water, the kind of volumes of water that would be involved in keeping these fountains going? Hello?
Are we just, staff are just conferring? Okay, here we go.
So just to clarify your question, are you asking about non-recirculating decorative water fountains?
Yes,
That the
correct.
civic?
Yes. yeah, and the kind of volume of water, given the concerns around water that are in the Metro Vancouver's.
Yeah, we have those
purview.
numbers we can quickly calculate. 6 million liters.
Okay. 6 million liters.
And that
okay.
would be based on previous year's consumption that
That would be
when
per
these
year,
fountains.
per season, per
year, yes.
per year. Okay. And water is being charged. Who would pay the charge on that? Is it the park board, or who would pay the charge on the use of that water?
So currently, the water used by park board assets and features are being paid for by the water utility rate payers. We have a program now to convert the unbilled civic accounts to the appropriate departments, and so that's going to be happening over the next couple of years. But currently, the general rate payers of water users pay for that water.
Yeah. Does this motion, or sorry, this recommendation mean that the exemption would be there no matter what stage of water restrictions we go to?
It's intended to apply to stage 1, and if a further stage in the water conservation plan would be initiated, we have to come back to council if that exemption would want to be extended.
So it's only stage 1 at this point.
Correct.
And where's that verified? I'm sorry, couldn't find that when I looked for it. Okay, but anyway, you are saying that. Is it in the report so it's very clear that that's what we would be voting on?
Starting in stage 2, you're not allowed to top up water features. So the bylaw exemption that, if desired, would be applicable to stage 1. If stage 2 is enacted, then no municipality could top up water features. So if those water features would want to be turned back on during stage 2, it would be a separate bylaw amendment.
Okay, that's good clarification. That was not in there. I appreciate that. That's it for my time and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, and I realize that we've got public hearing at 6 o'clock, so I'm just asking this because there's email from Councillor Boyle about whether we want to extend the meeting past 5 p.m. I'm not saying that we should. I just thought this would be the right time to ask that question and see whether it passes or fails. Thank you.
So is that a motion on the floor?
That's a motion on the floor.
So could you restate the motion?
The motion to extend the meeting past 5 o'clock.
To do what?
To try and complete today's agenda.
Okay, so the motion is to extend past 5 o'clock to complete the agenda, no matter how long that takes.
No, to a maximum of 5:30.
To a maximum of 5:30. Okay, that is the motion on the floor. Seconder? Councillor Meisner?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We've got Councillor Meisner. So all those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Great. So that motion carries, and we will extend to a maximum of 5:30. Thank you. So now, no questions to this particular report? Councillor Klassen?
No other comments.
Okay, Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, very quick question, technical question. So can these fountains be turned on and off automatically or easily? What I'm thinking is, can we turn off that during nighttime?
Yeah, Chad
Every
had
day.
mentioned before that they have certain assets which have timers on them, and there is probably the opportunity to add timers to certain fountains.
Okay, but so if we have the timer there, so we can turn on and off very easily, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and do we know how many fountains have that? How many do not have?
Zero right now on the non-compliant fountains.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have one quick follow-up question, and I know there were some questions being asked around this specific motion and being presented or spoken about with Metro Water Committee or Metro in general. But has Metro ever provided any recommendations over the last few years related to water fountains, generally speaking, for the region?
Pass this over to Megan Norton-Daniel, who's our Water Conservation Program Manager, who engages with Metro more intimately on this topic.
Thank you. Yes, so also this helps answers Councillor Carr's previous question, is that there's a long-standing terms in place where water wastage is not allowed under any circumstance in stage 1, 2, 3, or 4. So not confined to the May 1st to October 15th date. This is an annual that there's no water wastage. And so as defined by Metro Vancouver, once through features are considered water wastage. And that's why our bylaws reflect it through our Waterworks bylaw since 2011. And then when the Drinking Water Conservation Plan was updated by Metro in 2018, that's when we also adopted that change into our 2018 bylaws.
Okay, and are you aware of other municipalities within the metro region that have water features that are not recirculating water sources that are that are active?
There was quite a big movement following the droughts of 2015 to ensure that member municipalities and member jurisdictions were working to limit any sort of drinking water use and particularly wastage or leakage. And this was a really strong effort that went through across the region, was in 2016 and 17 to ensure that this wasn't the case. I don't have exact data on what's left, but from anecdotally speaking to other municipalities, what we found ourselves within the city of Vancouver is that the majority of privately owned features, we only found 3 across the entire city that privately had to be retrofitted because it's not cost effective to run a once through water feature as a business. And so they're purposely built as recirculating from inception.
Okay, so basically fountains that we see in other municipalities are likely recirculating based on that they've been installed since a time when it was cheaper to put in recirculating than not.
That's the intent, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, those are the end of the questions. So we are now moving to hear from speakers, of which we have one speaker on the line. And the speaker has 5 minutes to make comments and should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And council members have 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. Of course, there's no obligation to respond. And we are going to move to our first speaker. And that speaker is Charlotte Tarver.
Good afternoon. I'm Charlotte Tarver, and I'm speaking to this Waterworks exemption report, which I've read 2 or 3 times and find it interesting and a bit confusing. There's so much information, and I'm glad you've provided more information. Anyway, I'm speaking on behalf of many residents in the Harold Park Senior Center that's right adjacent to the Butte Mini Park that has a non-compliant water feature that is presently off. And in particular, I'm speaking for seniors or elders with mobility issues who enjoy the benefits that the burbling water fountain, when it's running, that they get a lot of pleasure from that. And they're also watching and listening to the birds. Like there's very few birds ever come there now because there's no water. It's one of the water sources for birds, or one of the only water source for birds in this neighborhood. So I'm speaking on behalf of, after reading the report, I actually think, and listening to what you've been saying, I've learned so much more. I wish I would have known that beforehand. But after reading the report, I think the council's next step is going to be as the report states on page 1, something B, alternative B, which is, and the first 3 sentences says what you need to do. And that's on page 1. Okay. Appreciate you giving me this time. So any questions, I'm still standing by.
Okay, you do have questions. So if you don't mind hanging on the line, Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Charlotte, for calling in, and thanks for your advocacy for the residents of the Harrow Park Senior Center. I know you've been engaged on this for quite a while. Can you give me a sense of, let's say that this fountain is again off for this summer. Can you give me a sense of how that would impact your neighbors and residents of the senior center? How would they feel if it was off for another summer?
Well, I will give you one example, and that's one of the residents in our building. She's 112 years old, or 111 years old, and she enjoys coming over and when the water's running, and she's extremely disappointed when it's not running. And and the other thing, here's a couple other examples. Since we started this campaign in 2021, some of the residents that used to come and sit there have, I'm sorry to say, they passed on. So that's speaking on their behalf.
Okay.
You want more examples?
No, that's helpful, and it's good to understand the importance of it to the community. And in terms of, one of the things that I've heard many times, and I'm sure you're very aware of this, is the importance of how close it is to the building, because people have limited mobility and can't travel too far. Is that true in your experience, that people can't go too much farther than that little plaza?
Yes, that's about as far as they can go. And many of the people are pushed there by companions or family members. In fact, one of the people that has passed away, who used to be a resident here, his wife, who weighed maybe 100 pounds, used to push him over there every day, and because it's such a nice, cool spot to sit, it's totally in the shade most of the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay. Thanks so much for calling in and for your advocacy for your neighborhood.
Sure. We're trying.
Thank you very much. Those are your questions. We do appreciate you calling in, Charlotte. Thank you very much.
Sure. There you go. Thank you.
So this does bring us to the end of our speakers list for this item. Would someone like to move the motion? So moved by Councillor Meisner. And seconder? Councillor Klassen. So, Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Meisner.
I've circulated an amendment earlier. The purpose of the amendment is to adopt some more specific language in support of alternate recommendation B. What it's really meant to do is add a sense of urgency to these retrofit plans. I think throughout this process, we've heard from community, we've heard from neighbors. I received, personally, an outpouring of support to turn these fountains back on. And there's also a petition, there's a Facebook group. People are very actively engaged on this. So I can see the importance to the community. And I want to recognize that I do realize that, this does use water. And I feel that we need to balance the health and well-being of our community, of our residents, particularly with the Harrow Park Senior Center, where people have limited mobility, they can't move very far, with water conservation. So I really want to see us work to retrofit these fountains as soon as possible, and I think that this will really drive that work forward. But in the meantime, I don't want to see another summer without these water features on, and I know we need to keep up the pressure on the commitment to retrofit these fountains. And just as well, just want to remind people that the motion did direct, the original motion did direct that if there was stage 2 water restrictions or higher or a drought, the fountains would be turned off. We're not going to be running these fountains in a drought. So that's my amendment, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move to an amendment Q1. Councillor Klassen, I see that you were on the queue. We need a seconder. Okay, great. So you're on both queues, so I'll advance you here. But we do need a seconder before we move ahead. Councillor Zhou is seconded.
Okay. Just really briefly, I support the amendment. I do, the spirit of this is to really take a look at these features and evaluate them. It's not to have them all sort of, all turned on, I believe. I think there's going to be some that are going to rise to the top in terms of priorities. The ones that are listed here are certainly good candidates for that. So I'll just, I'll be sorting this, and I'll speak a little bit more to the main motion later on. But I just, again, I support the spirit of this. I feel like by turning these off, we created a very austere environment, and of course, had we built all these water features originally, they would have been much more efficient. But that's what we're all doing. I've got new hot water on demand that we installed in our home a couple of years ago. I should point out that it takes about a minute for me to get warm water out of it, so I can't imagine how many homes are like me that are running lots of water just to try and get a little warm water out of the tap. So water usage is really key, and I think that getting this process going, getting these things back going, getting into the public consciousness will allow us to really get to work on making them more efficient. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
I've submitted an amendment to this, but sidebar, fun fact, hot water on demand doesn't work that well here because our water is so cold coming out the reservoirs that it actually depletes the efficiency of hot water on demand. There's your trivia for the day. I've submitted an amendment to the amendment, though, and I also appreciate Councillor Meisner's passion behind this and really what these decorative water features mean to people. And I recognize that in the case of, for instance, the Harrow Street Park, it is, I think, actually a critical piece of infrastructure to mitigate heat island effect in a concrete canyon adjacent to a pretty vulnerable population. But as I look at this list, I see some somewhat arbitrary inclusion of fountains. For instance, the Seaforth Peace Park fountain, which is, for folks who may not be familiar, that's the natural gas flame atop a pyramid of water that is rarely attended by anybody and obviously is not any good to birds because it is on fire as well as being water. So I would like to see, and in this amendment from Councillor Meisner, well-intentioned as it is, the only real criteria for activating these fountains would be that they are operational and otherwise functional. I would like a little bit more to go by, and I think that Park Board indeed have been mandated to look at a more kind of robust metric for what these fountains should and shouldn't mean. So my amendment to Councillor Meisner's amendment is to consider these fountains that are listed and any other fountains, pending a report back with an analysis of how much water is being wasted by any particular fountain. What is the demonstrable public and environmental health and wellness benefits? Is it good for birds? Is it good for seniors living adjacent to Harrow Park? What is the cost to retrofit it, and what is that cost that would otherwise be borne under equitable application of our own bylaws if we were to pay those bylaws that we expect everybody else to pay? Because again, as a city, we also have to model the behavior that we're expecting folks to adhere to, which in our case is watering restrictions starting May 1st. And then looking at that on a location by location basis, because I'm not informed enough to comment on this list of fountains really other than the Harrow fountain and the Seaforth Peace Park fountain. So, I look at the Stanley Park admin building, which I'm assuming is the Park Board office, and that pond is largely inaccessible to the public. Beautiful as it is that really a priority for us when it's not especially publicly accessible? Great for Park Board commissioners, but is that where we need to prioritize? So I'd like to get a little bit more detail in this approach that is being proposed from Councillor Meisner, and hence my amendment to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Did we get a seconder on that? Not yet. Councillor Boyle, thank you. Councillor, but we need to be in Amendment Q2. Sorry, everybody. So Amendment Q2, Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. I just want to address some of the things that my colleague, Councillor Fry, brought up. I'm not proposing turning on a natural gas flame at the C4 Armory fountain. I wasn't aware that there was a natural gas flame there, and I would never propose turning back on a natural gas flame. I think we've seen the huge expense of that at the Olympic Torch. This is simply around water features, not around natural gas. But I do want to point out that although we may not think that some of these fountains or features are important to people from our perspective, I can assure you that the Seaforth Armory fountain is probably really important to people, particular people that served overseas in the wars and different things. Same with some of the water features in Van Dusen Gardens and Stanley Park. So I don't want to sit here and tell you that I think one fountain is more important than another, but I think it depends on where your experience in life and what that means to you. So.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be really brief in just saying I also appreciate the benefit of many of these fountains and think this amendment to the amendment gets at that right balance where we're really weighing out which have the most public benefit to be reactivating, where we can where the park board can prioritize making the changes, upgrades needed to make it recirculating, how we're balancing those water needs and our own costs relative to the other types of investments that we could be making to address heat domes and access to water and whatnot. So I'm happy to support this amendment to the amendment. I think, again, it's a responsible and balanced approach.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Unfortunately, this, I sort of, again, I support the spirit of what Councillor Fry has posted here, but my biggest concern, and I might even ask him if he'd be willing to amend his own amendment, is to remove the pending a report. I support the idea of getting more information, but the pending just means that we're going to have to kick this down the road potentially weeks or months, and we really need to get this going certainly in the earlier part of the spring and summer season. So that's my view, because otherwise if the pending remains, unfortunately I'll have to vote against it.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think this was going to be quick when we extended. I had a feeling. I will say that on this specific piece, I have the benefit of having sat on the park board for 4 years and on council for 4, and now into almost 6 months, halfway through the first year of this one. So it's been about 9. There's been conversation throughout that time around the need to retrofit fountains, both decorative as well as drinking water fountains and other infrastructure in the city. And quite honestly, we have neglected a lot of our infrastructure. And I think that just taking a step back, part of the spirit of this motion is that things have either started to degrade and be shut down, or they're not kept in good repair. And we're taking things away from residents without a commitment and a plan and a timeline to bring them back. And so I can say sort of authentically, having been around this for a number of years, that a lot of this work around cost to retrofit, et cetera, and having a bit of an inventory of the different fountains in that is pretty well known already to a lot of the park board folks. And I think that this will be a bit redundant in terms of doing some of that work, but it's another study and an avenue to not turning them back on. And I think that people in the city have lived through COVID. They have affordability challenges. They're living in smaller and smaller spaces. We're encouraging them to live in denser communities. We're encouraging them to try to get outside and use public amenities to counteract the fact that we're living in a more dense urban environment. But we've been taking a lot of these things away. I really appreciated Councillor Fry's point around the health and wellness benefits of the Harrow Street one. I think that extends to other folks too, as we're having increasing heat domes and that. Like, you see the magic of kids going near a fountain or having a spray of water on a hot day in a lot of these places, and we're going to have increasing hot summers. It's super important from the health perspective, I think, as well as sort of the general wellness. So I actually think that this is kind of one of those things where I kind of go back to, if you're not comfortable with something, don't vote for it. And if you feel compelled by the rationale that was provided when the motion was brought forward, then vote for it. But let's not, and this is not intended to be a pun, let's not water it down to the point that it's actually sort of tacitly undermining it and not supporting. So I think either you support turning some of these fountains back on, and hopefully that lights a bit of a fire to get some of this retrofitting work actually done, because it's been years, or you don't, honestly. But we could spend a whole bunch of time, and it's now 5:08. We're supposed to extend until 5:30, a public hearing at 6. This could go on for a while, debating back and forth ways to kind of put some roadblocks in place. So I think that, honestly, I think we should simplify kind of perhaps our consideration and approach to this, and decide if it's something that folks support or it's something that they don't. And I actually think that there'll be a lot of goodwill and mental health benefits to people in the city that feel that the city's starting to get invested in again. And I think it would actually accelerate some of our retrofitting work, because it hasn't been a priority in capital plans and it has not been prioritized in work plans to date. So just speaking super honestly, thanks.
Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I want to echo a lot of the things that you said about, things that were taken away during the pandemic and small things we can do for people to make their neighborhoods more enjoyable and bring back some of that joy to our city. I don't have a huge issue with the part of Councillor Fry's amendment about reporting back on the water that's used by these fountains, as well as the cost to retrofit and the cost that would be borne with the bylaws once we are on the hook for that in 2025, not currently. But I am concerned about the word pending, because I don't want to see any more delays. I don't want to see any more kind of red tape around getting these fountains back on, because I realize if this is all pending on hearing back on all of those points in the amendment, that it's very unlikely that we're going to have these fountains back on for another summer. So I'm wondering if Councillor Fry would be willing to rescind, because we cannot amend the amendment to the amendment, or the amendment to the amendment, but and change the word pending to including, so we get that information.
Okay, that is a question that's been put to the ether. Councillor Fry.
Okay, well, I was going to first off just reference the notion that this is either you support it or you don't, to an earlier comment. And I don't think that's a fair characterization, or this is not a binary conversation. This is a relatively arbitrary list of fountains that shall be included. And I don't know where this list came from. I can't speak to the importance of this list or the unimportance. This is a list that I'm not party to the metrics of why. So to make an informed decision, do actually need a report back. I need to know that this is money well spent. I need to know that these fountains are actually being used by people and appreciated by people, and they're not just trickling away in the void and just wasting water. I don't have comfort in just an arbitrary list that is mandating that we shall include these fountains. And to that end, I appreciate the sort of conciliatory and cooperative tone that Councillor Meisner has set, and Councillor Klassen as well, suggesting that removing the pending and having it include. I don't know that this is a necessarily onerous ask to have staff report back before we enact a bylaw and say, hey, guess what? This particular fountain is a bit of a dud. It's not really doing much, and we don't think it should be included in this list that you've prepared. I think that's fair. I think that is the responsible choice. That is my job. And I can't just, I haven't had a chance I just saw this amendment this afternoon. I don't know half these fountains. And the ones that I do know, I question their relevance. So on that basis, I need to stick to my guns on this sort of pending a report back. And I'm sorry if it is a deal breaker for my ABC colleagues on this, or for Councillor Meisner, but I just think that there needs to be that due diligence when we're talking about investing public funds, but also squandering a public resource while we're asking folks to, we're suggesting that people need to restrict their water use, and we should be modeling positive behavior as the city of Vancouver. So if we're turning on fountains that nobody appreciates and do no benefit and are wasting water like crazy, that's not good modeling. And on that basis, I'm going to unfortunately stick to my guns and say I really need to have that report back to feel confident with this direction and this list of fountains that's been provided by Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. We do have a point of procedure that does is prioritized, so go ahead. You have to turn your mic on.
Yeah, point of procedure through you, just noting that we've moved to extend till 5:30, and in the event we don't complete this, you can clarify, will this go to Thursday? And secondly, the second question, Chair, is were you going to be pausing us in a few minutes so we can do the inquiries and notices of motion, because we can't do those another day,
Yes,
or we forfeit that?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you. I think it's best to get full clarification from the clerks what we would need to be doing now and what would be referred to a future meeting. Okay, what we'll do is we'll finish debate on this and then clerks will come back with some options. Okay, so Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on something that Councillor Fry was mentioning about where did these fountains come from. They are from the spring 2022 Park Board motion entitled Iconic Vancouver Park Water Feature Renewals that was brought forward in spring of 2022. So they didn't just come out of the ether or out of the blue. These are fountains that were identified by the previous Park Board as having importance to the community. So that's where those fountains came from. And I also balanced that with fountains that I've heard the most public feedback about. And they were on that list. So I just wanted to clarify that's where that comes from. And to talk about, I understand, using water, wasting water. We don't want to waste water, but you know what? We all have showers, we use water, we have spray parks, those use water, we have misting stations, those use water. We need to balance the use of water with public benefit. And that's what this motion is really about for me. As well as really accelerating that work to retrofit these fountains. I think it's unfortunate that we're in this situation where we got to the point where the infrastructure has not been paid attention to for so long that we've had to turn off fountains. I mean, this work should have been done years ago. So that's what this motion is about. It's a public benefit, the mental health and wellness, and also accelerating that retrofitting work. So that's why I can't support the pending language in the amendment moved by Councillor Fry, because it, to me, is just more delays about getting these fountains back on. And, it's beautiful out today. Summer is coming. We've got like a month and a half to get these fountains back on. We don't have time for this report. Let's get the information, but let's not make turning the fountains back on pending this information.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm just waiting on it was for the point of procedure.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Well, just in response to I appreciate the clarification from Councillor Meisner as to where this list came from. So that in fact was a motion from Commissioner Cooper and Barker that was deferred by the Park Board and pending a staff report back, which we've yet to see. So in theory, because that deferral happened in spring of 2022, I would expect that there's been ample work towards identifying the pros and cons of these particular fountains that, as far as I can tell them, were selected by Commissioners Cooper and Barker. And we may be actually able to get that report back from staff sooner than later because the work has been underway for more than a year. So I'm going to have to stick to the pending. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner, you have a minute.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing about that report. So the report was supposed to be due back in Q1. It's been delayed till July. So that's the latest information that I have. And we can't wait that long.
Okay, that looks like the end of the speakers list. We're going to move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that motion does fail with Councillors Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Zhou in opposition. So we are now going to Amendment Q1, where Councillor Fry, you have the floor. But before we do, we had a point of procedure, and I'd just like to pause for a second to give those options. Yep. Okay, so there is a significant part of our agenda today, which is introducing motions that can be heard tomorrow. And of course, we have speakers signed up to speak. The balance of the agenda for today, notwithstanding this item, can be moved to tomorrow. That would be heard between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. So that's Wednesday. We would reconvene council in the middle of the standing committee after in camera, finish the business, including notice of motions, inquiries, anything else that we need to do. And then that would complete the council agenda. So that is the answer. Any clarifying questions, please feel free.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question, and thank you for that, Chair. Is that can we now, can I move to pause this item so that we can proceed with the introducing the member motions for referral and completing notices of motion, and extend if necessary, hopefully not, past 5:30 to do those tasks, but pause this item and refer all the other items other than introducing council member motions, notice of member motions, new business and inquiries.
So we have a motion on the floor. Yes, a motion on the floor is to pause this item at this exact moment and deal with member motions that has speakers that need to be introduced and referred to tomorrow to hear from speakers, and then also notice of motions. Is the motion on the floor? I need a seconder. I heard Councillor Dominato. But that's part of the motion. The motion is to include notice of motions, or can we do that tomorrow?
No, I understand from past procedural advice from the chair that it must be done today.
The clerks have said that it can be done tomorrow as part of the comprehensive agenda, but today we just need the notice of motion or the referrals of the existing council motions.
So my motion on the floor is not that one because we were given different advice, and I which makes me nervous by staff last term that we could not do that. So I would like my motion to stand as I put it forward.
Okay. That's fine.
And
We'll do
that also included the additional piece. You repeat all of it, I think. Got it all except for the piece that to extend past 5:30 if needed, just for those items.
Okay, thank you very much. That's clear. We've got a seconder. All those in favor? Any opposed? And I'll just ask clerks just to clarify and for future, the notice of motion on the day of the council meeting, or if it can be completed later, because I think we've. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we've got a clarification going forward that it can be part of a future reconvening council meeting. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. So we are going to pause this item and we will move to introducing motions. So bear with me as I find my script for that. So we do have our first motion. What page? We do have our first motion, motion B1. Is request for leave of absence as follows. Councillor Blythe for civic business on April 26th from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Klassen for civic business on May 24th and 29th, 2023, all day. Is there a mover? Second? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Motion B2 is piloting a pedestrian scramble crossing trial in Vancouver and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Meisner. Councillor Meisner, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Perfect. Yeah, so this is to pilot scramble crossing in Vancouver. It's co-submitted by myself and Councillor Joe. This scramble crossing location will be determined by transportation and engineering staff, but will be in an area with high pedestrian volumes. For those who are not familiar, there are scramble crossings all over the world, including in London. In Tokyo is probably the most famous one at Shibuya Crossing. There's also one in Toronto at Yonge and Dundas Square, and we even have one here in the Lower Mainland in Steveston. So this is going to allow pedestrians to cross the intersection in all directions, including diagonally, and it has been shown to increase pedestrian comfort as well as safety and reduce conflicts between drivers and pedestrians at intersections. So this motion will direct staff to determine where this pedestrian scramble pilot would be best placed, taking into considerations all the the concerns around traffic flow, but interactions with pedestrians, etc. I've also received an outpouring of suggestions on Twitter from the community of places downtown and nearby that people think would be a great spot for this. So that is the happy to hear any comments on it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? You'll have 1 minute to ask questions of the mover. And seeing none on the queue, I'm going to the main queue, right? Seeing none on the queue, I think we can move to referring. We've got Councillor Zhou as the seconder of this motion. We have received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we may refer to the motion to standing committee tomorrow, April 26th. We've got a mover. Is there a seconder? Thank you very much. Would someone like to move? No, we just said that. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. And then our final motion is motion B3, protecting people on Cornwall Avenue, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. I have Councillor Fry on the script, and I know there was an issue around calling notice on the motion, so I just want to follow procedure here. Clerk, can I get clarification that Councillor Boyle can in fact introduce, even though, no. Yeah. Right. Unfortunately, Councillor Fry gave the notice of motion, so has to introduce it. Not unfortunate, it's not unfortunate, Councillor Fry. It just is what it is. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm so sorry because I actually did not prepare to speak for this because I was of the impression that Councillor Boyle would be introducing it. I think, though, this is a reflection of, you know, some pretty serious implications to traffic and safety for pedestrians and cyclists along Cornwall Avenue. And we've heard from many members of the public about how important this is. And of course, we had some pretty serious incidents in the past that involved a car jumping up onto the curb and striking and injuring a child. We know that we've introduced similar kind of pilots to reduce speeds on arterials already. And so the timing of this is rather coinciding with the long-awaited school slow streets on arterials. But I think that there's an imminent and preeminent need for this kind of speed reduction, given the popularity of Cornwall in the summer months, and this would be something great to initiate and see move forward right now.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Boyle is the seconder of this motion. So we've received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we may refer to standing committee tomorrow, Wednesday, April 26th. Anybody like to move? Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Second, Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. So that does refer that item to tomorrow. Okay, great. And now we have notice of motions. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I do have a notice of motion, but I wonder if I can ask a point of procedure quickly first.
Sure.
And that is, when we're getting, don't need the answer now, but when we're getting information back from the clerk around the process for introducing motions, because we were advised last term, if memory serves me, that a councillor member had to be present to introduce a motion, but then this one, for example, was introduced by Councillor Fry, and it was accepted. And so I'm observing a number of disparities in procedure. And he moved it, he called notice, if I recall correctly, on behalf of Councillor Boyle, and I think there was another instance where we've done that. So can we just get some clarity as to what is permissible? Because we were told last time that wasn't permissible. So theoretically, if that was the case, this motion shouldn't be.
This motion has been moved by Councillor Fry, and in the minutes will be documented as having been moved by Councillor Fry.
My question, sorry to clarify, my question is that when notice was called at the past meeting, I believe Councillor Fry said he was calling notice on behalf of Councillor Boyle. So he called on behalf of Councillor.
No, I think he just said he's calling notice, noting that Councillor Boyle was not here, but that it would be that Councillor Fry called notice on the motion. Regardless of the intent or the rationale behind it, the minutes reflect that this is Councillor Fry's motion.
Okay, so perhaps the minutes were different than what was said verbally, but maybe we can just get clarity on it. We don't have to.
I'm getting clarity right now, but we can take it from here.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go back and review the minutes. Thank you. I do have one notice of motion, and that is entitled A People-Focused Gastown, a bold forward-looking vision for a vibrant and prosperous neighborhood, and that is for the May 9th Council.
Thank you. Councillor Zhou?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also want to call notice of motion with the title of support the Filipino Culture Center in Vancouver campaign. That is co-submitted by myself and Councillor Bly for council meeting on May 9th.
Thank you, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Klassen?
Thank you, Chair. I have a notice of motion titled Establishing an Intermunicipal Business License for Home Healthcare Support Workers, submitted by me for our May 9th council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry?
Two motions for May 9th. Number one, tracking the Broadway plan pace of dem eviction. Number two, the bird is the word, elevating Vancouver's strategy. And I'm holding back on doing the trash man intro to it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Sorry, just dealing with the procedural question that was asked at the same time. So we've got all of our notices of motion with 1 minute, 2 minutes to spare. I just want to acknowledge the record does show that this motion that was asked about, B3, does in fact say submitted by Councillor Boyle and Councillor Fry, and that will be corrected for our reconvening meeting tomorrow. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. That being said, we need a motion to no, we don't need, do we need a motion to recess? No, it's going to be moved to tomorrow. Yeah. Do you need a recess tomorrow? So I'd like a motion to recess, please. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. So this meeting will reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, April 26th at 2 p.m.